Good evening and welcome. Before I call this meeting to order, I just wish to give some information here. This past week, we lost another member of our Falcon family. Custodian Craig Johnson, who was a high school custodian for 26 years, tragically passed away last Friday. To many of us, he was not just a colleague, he was a friend, he was a helper to all. So at this time, I would ask you to remove your hats for a moment of silence for Craig and his family. Thank you. So at this time, I'll call to order the business meeting here on May 19th, 2025 for the Faribault Public Schools School Board. Director Clerk Steves, do we have a quorum present?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there is.
Thank you. Would everyone remove your hats and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before I ask for a motion for approval of the agenda, board members, for your information, which I'm sure you already know, but for everyone's information, and welcome to those of you in person here and those watching online, but the agenda has been changed, particularly item 10B, language and cultural classes, has been switched from a action item to a discussion item tonight. So just for your information. So with that, is there a motion for approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Director Wolf. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Knutson. Discussion. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item number 3, recognition, awards, and presentations. First, we have student board representative recognition. So, Ms. Jillian Huberty, if you would stand and kind of come up here. I'll be around in a second. So board members, get ready because we will all come up for a photo op when I'm finished with this. So everyone can hear me. Tonight, we'd like to recognize and thank our student school board representatives, Jillian Huberty and ECLE, for their service to the Faribault Public Schools. First, we offer our sincere appreciation to Jillian Huberty, who is graduating this spring after serving as a student board representative for the past 3 years. Jillian has been engaged, thoughtful, and consistent voice on our board, always bringing student perspectives forward with clarity, compassion, and a deep sense of responsibility. Her leadership has made a lasting impression, and we are incredibly grateful for the time, care, and insight she has contributed to this board and our school community. Jillian, thank you for your outstanding service. We wish you all the best in your next chapter. this plaque for your service. Also, Jillian has received a certificate from the Minnesota School Boards Association for a Service Award. The school board gives you a certificate as well of appreciation for all you've done for this. We'd also like to thank ECLE, who stepped into the student board representative role earlier this year. While EC has only recently joined the board, we've appreciated his willingness to serve and the perspective he brings to our table as well. We look forward to working with EC in the year ahead as he continues in this important role and helps elevate student voice in our district. Thank you both, Jillian and EC, for your service and commitment to Faribault students. So now, Jillian, I believe you have something you would like to say as well.
Yeah. So, as this is my final meeting as the student representative on the Faribault Public School Board, I just wanted to take a moment to thank you all for the opportunity to serve in this role. It's been an incredible experience and one that has taught me more than I could have ever imagined. Being part of this board wasn't just an extracurricular for me. It was a responsibility that I took seriously, and I'm proud of the work that I have done and that we have done together. I've had the privilege of representing student voices, bringing attention to their needs, and learning how thoughtful policy, leadership, and advocacy can shape a district. I especially want to thank all of the teachers and staff who pushed me to critically think, speak confidently, and show up with purpose. I wouldn't be who I am today without the people who challenged me in the classroom and beyond. We have some amazing teachers here in the Faribault Public School District, and I want to shout them all out, and we should really be so grateful for all of them. To the board, I want to thank you for treating my voice as an equal at the table. The sense of respect and inclusion is something I will carry with me into college and into my future career. Looking ahead, I hope this district continues to uplift student perspectives, make space for equity, and lead with both compassion and boldness. There's so much potential here. Our students are resilient, thoughtful, and ready to lead, just like I was given the chance to. I want to remind you all, as I leave, that your job here is to support the students, and I want you to always remember to listen to those student voices. That's who's going to tell you what's going on in this school. Thank you again for trusting me and supporting me and letting me grow through this experience.
Thank you, Jillian. So continuing on with our agenda, with flexibility here, I'm going to put on hold item 3B, the Jefferson Elementary presentation, and we're going to move to item 4, items of information. So, Ms. Huberty, we're back to you of student board representatives. Do you have anything else to add? What's happening at the high school or within our district?
So We just had Faribault prom on May 10th, and our theme this year was A Night in Paris. That went super well. We had a 17-foot cardboard Eiffel Tower, if you weren't there, that was built out of cardboard and hot glue. I ruined a lot of clothes doing that, but it was amazing. So that was awesome. You can go look at pictures and the videos of Grand March. And we had just had our the last concerts for music, so orchestra, band, and then tonight is the choir concert. And then it's the seniors' last day this Friday, and then the rest of the school ends next week.
Great. Thank you, Jillian. Items of information, school board members. Any school members like to share anything? Director Moore?
Yes, thank you. I guess I just want to make some comments on a few things here. When we vote on a curriculum or a proposal, I would like to see the research showing both sides of the argument, because it's not up to those in administration to decide, but it's up to the school board. So I would like to see both sides of the issue, both sides of the research. And if we don't have both sides of the research, we on the board, we can't make an informed decision. And if we can't make an informed decision, we may be very likely, negatively impacting our student academic performance. So I think it's also not a good practice to base a proposal or a program on only a few studies. And maybe this could be where achievement, is so low. I don't know. But I think we have to look, you can't look at just a few studies and say this works or this works. I think we have to really delve into some of these things as the school board, and that's our responsibility. Secondly, I'd also like to say a little bit about data-based research. When I hear that about data-based research, we as a school board really need to know that the number of the surveys or the tests or the questionnaires that were given, plus, and this is more important, is the reliability and the validity statistics for each of these surveys, tests, or questionnaires. Because as we know, if these stats are not at an acceptable level, the validity of the responses or the answers that were given are in question. And one of the things that's been coming up lately is I've been hearing from more than one source, from a number of sources, that students are not always putting down their true answers. And this goes back to the reliability. And if the reliability is in question, so is the validity. And the result is really junk science. I'm not saying database research is junk science, but it is if the reliability and validity statistics are in question. And as a school board, we are responsible for that. The buck stops with us. So if this happens, our decisions, I will reiterate, our decisions could very well negatively impact student achievement. So when we get a new program or anything, we need to see both sides of the story, of the research, and it has to be more than 2 or 3 studies. I'd really prefer a meta-analysis or something like that, because this is our responsibility as our students. And like I said, the buck stops with us. And we have to make sure that the research is valid and that we are making good decisions based on good research. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
Any other board members? Director Boudreau.
Mr. Chairman, I joined a couple of you, and of course our superintendent at the awards presentation for our seniors. Sorry.
Thank you.
The awards presentation for our seniors was, I think, last week. Was it last week? A couple hours or longer, because there were so many awards, scholarships given to our seniors. And I think we can be very proud of the number of seniors that applied for grants or applied for awards and scholarships and received them. And makes you very proud of our senior class, because there was such a group up there. I don't think I've ever seen that large of a group. So thank you for those who have contributed to those scholarships organizations, individuals, and we appreciate them.
Thank you. The board members, Director Wolf.
Mr. Chair, just following up on Director Boudreaux's comments. Just a huge thank you to all of the contributors to those scholarships. I believe at one point it was said over $223,000 were given out that night. Principal Olson shaking his head in agreement. So that doesn't happen overnight. That doesn't happen by chance. And so just a huge thank you to all of those people and to all of you that are wondering what our seniors are gonna do. There's a tremendous amount of talent out there, and so I'm just super excited to see where their journeys take them and what the next chapters are like, so thank you.
Welcome. Anyone else? No? Okay, I have a few items as usual. So on May 2nd, Friday, May 2nd, as part of the district and the school board, I did a farm visit with our third graders, went out to the Kubel farm in Morristown and north of Morristown, and what a great experience for our kids seeing what farm life is about, and calves and cows and milk and the smell and all this. So great farm, great, excellent thing, and our kids were absolutely awesome. Well behaved, well questioned well. It was a joy to see. On Monday, May 5th, after our work session, I skedaddled to the Faribault High School Michael J. Hansen Auditorium, where I attended the Faribault High School Orchestra concert. Wow. What a group of talented kids. And Mr. Sloan, our director, is second to none. Just an outstanding performance. And again, congratulations to those seniors who are graduating, and they stressed how much they will miss Faribault High School and particularly the orchestra program. Also attended as Director Boudreaux said, I attended the Faribault Senior High School Awards Banquet. On behalf of the school board, I presented the school board leadership scholarship. As far as the Faribault School Board Leadership Scholarship is a $1,500 scholarship from contributions from individual board members. It's not district paid, it's all private money given by school board members who donated. And I'm happy to announce once again that receiving the $1,500 scholarship for our award was Olivia Corbel, who demonstrates outstanding leadership and accomplishments. Also on May 8th and last Thursday, on behalf of the district, I attended the Chamber of Commerce Business Awards Luncheon. It's great to see our partners in town along with the district interacting, and congratulations once again to Donna Hughes, Ace Hardware, for the Business Award of the Year. It was very good. And also that same evening, I attended the Faribault Middle School Band Concert at Central Park. Another eye-opening, awesome experience for our kids. Great attendance, not just from parents and grandparents, but also from community members coming down to listen to some really good music put on by our students at the middle school. So thank you to all who did that. And then I believe the last Friday or whenever it was, I attended the Little Scholars Daycare grand opening on Wilson Avenue there. And Mr. Wolf and Mr. Robichaud were also there, part of that. And thank you, Ms. Steves, for all your work in getting that going. It was quite an accomplishment and a great thing for our community. So that's about all I have with all the other meetings, et cetera. So we go from there. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Benty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, to echo, thank you to the Faribault community, including local businesses, families, and organizations. They provided 173 scholarships totaling $222,850 for the class of 2025 during the High School Seniors Award Night. Students were recognized for their achievements, and we congratulate all the recipients and thank our generous donors for their incredible support. We celebrated Teacher and Staff Appreciation Week by honoring, this was last week, by honoring the incredible people who make a difference every day inside and outside of the classroom. Their dedication, passion, and care are what make our Falcon family so special. And you heard Jillian speak to that as well. Last week, Roosevelt wrapped up their Big Falcon, Little Falcon peer group. Through mentoring, presenting, and leading school events, our fifth grade leaders grew in confidence, ambition, and purpose, and we couldn't be prouder of the lasting impact that they've made. Also, around 50 Lincoln Elementary students biked almost 2 miles from the Faribault Country Club to their school in celebration of National Bike to School Day. They were joined by supportive parents, staff, 2 bike patrol officers, and 2 squad cars, ensuring a safe and fun ride. It was a lively morning promoting healthy habits, safe biking, and the joy of movement. Mrs. Pearson and Mr. Sefco took a group of students in their English language learners class on a field trip to explore downtown Faribault. The experience directly supported their current unit, Where I Live, by helping students become more familiar with places in their community. Stops included Fairway, McDonald's, the police station, fire station, library, post office, Books on Central, and more. And as our chair talked about, our middle school has hosted a series of wonderful spring concerts over the past 2 weeks, including the band's performance in Central Park and the orchestra concert. The final event of the season, the choir concert, will take place this Thursday at 7 p.m. in the middle school auditorium. And our area learning center continued their tradition of Egg Drop Day, where students combined math and art skills to design crafts that could hopefully drop an egg from a set height without cracking. They went out to the fairgrounds and they dropped it from the top of the grandstand. So that's the height they dropped it from. Arabella and Maddie had the winning design and broke the school record with more than 10 successful drops. We thank the Rice County Fairgrounds for letting us use their grandstand. And last but not least, upcoming, Faribault Police Department is hosting the 2025 Safe Summer Kickoff on May 29th at North Alexander Park from 5 to 8 p.m. Free food, free bikes, free swag. Mr. Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Banty. So, Mr. Okay. So now we will go back to agenda item 3B, Jefferson Elementary presentation. So, Mr. Jurens and staff, visitors, come on up. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. All right, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present some of the great things that are going on at Jefferson this year. Decided to take a little bit different approach. We've talked a lot about PBIS when we've been up here and celebrating students and staff. We're going to talk about some of the professional development and the learning that the adults have going on in our building right now, or that we've really focused on this year. So I brought some people with to help me present. I'm going to let them introduce themselves and their roles, and then we'll get started.
Hi, good evening. My name is Amanda Seeger, and I'm the instructional coach at Jefferson, and then I am also one of our local letters facilitators, which is the training that Faribault has chosen to do for the READ Act.
Joe Pinka, second grade teacher.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gabe Hackett. I'm the director of the PLC Center with First Educational Resources.
All right, so first I'm going to let Amanda kind of give an overview of what we learned about in letters this year and why.
All right, so this letters training that we're doing is a 2-year training, so we've just wrapped up our first year. Some of the highlights that we've covered in Unit 1, that was really laying the foundation for understanding how the reading brain works. So we went through that. There's some models that are tied to that. There's something called the simple view of reading that kind of helps teachers understand in a more simple way how reading works and the different pieces of it and how they combine together. There's another model called Scarborough's reading rope, and that is a little bit more elaborate, but also shows teachers a visual of how the reading brain works. And all the different skills that are woven into reading. So that Unit 1 was a very foundational unit. Unit 2 started with phonological awareness. So phonological is the sounds. Reading starts with sounds. So it does, lots of times we think it starts with letters, but it actually starts with an awareness of sounds in the language. So that unit covered a lot about sounds, instruction for those sounds, assessment for all populations, including our EL learners. And we also talked about Aries phases of development and how the different stages of development can help us guide our instruction. After that, we moved into Unit 3, which is the next kind of stage in reading, and that's early phonics or beginning phonics. So we talked about that, different types of practice that kids need, and Nick is going to be talking a little bit more about practice and how much is needed for kids. And then after that, we talked about some practices that will really help strengthen phonics. One of those is orthographic mapping and using decodable texts. So those things start developing the connection between the sounds and the letters. And then Unit 4 is the last one that we wrapped up this year, and that was more advanced phonics instruction. So on that one, we talked about different syllable types, and that's things like vowel, consonant, consonant, vowel. We talked about morphology, fluency, and working with data. So that kind of strengthened the next stage of learning in phonics development.
And so one of the things that really stood out to me, and I'm in these trainings with our teachers, and I have a math background, I don't have much of a reading background, but one thing that really stood out to me is that connected to my math background is students need reps or practice in order to become secure in a skill. What I didn't realize is that for our more proficient readers, they only need, 25 to 40 reps? But for students who have reading difficulties, they need hundreds of reps. And so as we dug in, as we looked more at our instruction that goes on for reading, Amanda and I working together said we really need to look at all phases of our instruction. So our Tier 1 reading instruction, the students, or the instruction our students get from their classroom teachers, we've revamped and we've looked at what are the kids doing in their small group reading instruction and making sure that it aligns to what we're working on in our letters training, our science of reading training, and getting kids the specific reps that they need, that targeted practice in small group reading rotations. As a part of this letters, this really came about in about mid-February, and so we started making those changes the last 2 months of school so that teachers could start implementing these pieces now so they have more of those foundational skills moving into next year. We also have a 30-minute block of time every day called Win Time, where we have different reading groups for those targeted skills. And I'm going to let Amanda speak a little bit to something kind of cool we did with our 4th and 5th graders based on what we learned in letters.
Yes, so after winter testing, we looked at, and when I say we, it was myself and the 4th and 5th grade WIN team. So that's 4th and 5th grade teachers, EL teachers, Nick is on that team, reading interventionists. So we looked at the data from that winter testing, and we noticed that there was a chunk of kids who were not meeting some of their goals in reading, and specifically it was their CBM goal. So we decided to dig a little bit deeper using what teachers have been learning in this letters training. And we did a decoding inventory and found out that kids are missing some phonics skills. So with reading, they're not going to be successful and fluent if they're not able to read the words. So we backed up their instruction. We made some really intentional instructional decisions based on that data. And then what happened was we noticed kids needed work in long vowels. So silent E, words with silent E, and words with vowel teams. So I know it's kind of hard to see that graph up there, but the first 3 columns that you see there are showing the growth in silent E. And kids started at about a 46% accuracy rate, so they could read about 46% of those silent E words correctly. And then after 20 days of instruction, they had moved up to 92 or 93. And then after 35 days of instruction, they'd moved up to about 95% accuracy. So targeting those skills really got us some quick wins for those kids and helped develop those skills. And then same thing, the second 3 columns there are for vowel teams. So that one, the beginning proficiency was even lower. And then by the end, we were up to about 95% proficient. And the other great thing is that every single kid in there grew. So within about 5 weeks of instruction, we saw all kids growing.
And I think the important thing to note here with this win time piece is these are 4th and 5th graders, and oftentimes we think 4th and 5th graders, they are working on those fluency skills, being able to read at a particular rate, and those comprehension skills, being able to understand and comprehend what they're reading. The problem is that was a big learning point for me in letters and our teachers. If the kids can't pull the words off the page, they can't read fluently, and then they can't understand. And so that was this group of students right here. They needed work in their decoding skills to be able to progress on their literacy journey in order to be able to become fluent and then comprehend. But that's been a missing piece for us. Without this training, we wouldn't have known to dig deeper to do that decoding inventory and target those skills. And then I also added in EL, reading intervention and special education. And again, this comes back to those repetitions that I mentioned earlier. We found also that in some of these meetings that our students that are receiving additional supports from EL or reading interventionists or special education, that the reps that they were getting weren't always targeted to the skills that they needed. So they might be working on fluency over here, but then they might be working on decoding over here and then comprehension over here. And that's a problem because they need to work on, it's a specific order that they learn in, and we need to target those skills. So Amanda and I have been inspecting all parts of our reading instruction as we wrap up this school year. All right, we're going to shift gears a little bit now to some professional learning community highlights from this year. So Jefferson, Lincoln, and Roosevelt, we all sent teams to a PLC training, and that's why Gabe's here. He's going to speak at the end. But Gabe led an advanced PLC leadership workshop for us, and there was every single elementary had the principal, the instructional coach, and then at least 3 teachers attend. And we had a training in October, February, and then again in April. And we really focused on some key collaboration strategies built around DeFore's 4 driving questions of PLCs. And so that's why Mr. Pinka is here as well. But one of the big shifts that we decided to make, and this really came from our teachers, and Joe's going to speak in a little bit to this, but we need to shift from a task-based PLC agenda to really following these 4 driving questions. And so Joe and the rest of the teachers on our team said, we need to make this shift, and we really want to meet weekly to really dig into our assessments. So Amanda and I worked together to create a PLC agenda for them to follow. So we really took these 4 driving questions, and then we put them into an agenda for them, and we created an example of what that might look like for math. And then when we get to questions 3 and 4, what are the specific things we're going to do when the kids aren't responding to their instruction, and what are we going to do for the kids that learned? And I'm going to let Joe speak a little bit to his experience with that with his 2nd grade team.
All right, Joe Pinka, I've been here for 27 years. PLCs have typically been a top-down approach. It's felt like busy work, and we say we use data. I don't know if we really have too well. So I want to give credit to Gabe, and his workshop was really eye-opening. And in the February one, I just asked out loud, why are we PLCing once a month? Typically, when we would PLC, we'd be talking about a test that we maybe gave 3 or 4 weeks ago, and it's not real time. So we decided as teachers that we wanted to try to pilot that this year and then hopefully move forward where our entire school next year is PLCing every week. So far, we have met, my grade level at least has met weekly on our phonics, our bridge to read phonics, and our math. And I can already tell that it's making our team better and it's helping drive our instruction better. what we're doing is we're doing test question analysis after we give a test. We can look at the questions and first of all, see which questions are not even meeting the standard that we need to teach in second grade. We can also look at the vocabulary. The curriculum might have vocabulary that's different than what we're teaching. And so what we've been doing is meeting weekly to change our instruction. And I'm really excited to see where this goes next year and hopefully find that the time where all grade levels will participate in this. So just an example, we looked at our Chapter 10 math assessment where 30% of our students were only proficient. So what we did is we took our Chapter 11 math assessment, we looked at the questions, we reordered them into the order of the chapter. We looked at the vocabulary that it was using and did some differentiation. And as you can see, we were a lot more successful with our Chapter 11. So I'm a big proponent of this. This is a teacher-driven thing that is being supported by our administration, and I'm excited to see where it takes us.
All right, and then at our last, we actually ended up hosting this PLC event here because we had such a strong group of Faribault people training, and so Gabe, Joel mentioned Gabe did a really nice job leading the training, and so and then we had a really powerful event activity that we did at the end of our last training in April, and Gabe said something really significant for me, and so after the training, I said, Gabe, would you be willing to come and just give the board an overview of our training and then kind of share your experience there at the end with our Faribault team?
Thanks, Mr. Jurgens, and good evening again, everyone. Mr. Jurgens was nice enough and kind enough to ask me to be here tonight, and I appreciate the time. As Joe put it, he described the training very well, and Mr. Jurgens as well, as far as the work that we've done. And I think a lot of times when we say PLC, it can be looked at as another acronym in education. We've got 1,000 of them, right? And so when we really think about professional learning communities, I think a lot of times we leave out the L, we leave out the learning part. And what's really obvious to me from all the elementaries is that the teachers are very anxious and hungry to learn. And it was obvious through all three of the sessions. Joe mentioned something that's really important, that it's very much teacher-driven, and I see their need to see student success. And they're such a passionate and dedicated group that they made my job very easy. And part of the reason that I'm here is I get to travel throughout the entire country working with PLCs in everything from school districts with 100,000 kids to school districts with three schools altogether. So I get to work through the gamut of different school districts, and one of the things that sticks out to me is just the passion and dedication that all of the teachers at the elementary level here at Faribault have for their students. And I would even expand on that to say during our last session, Mr. Jurgens says it was powerful. We invited the middle school principal and the high school principal and the director of teaching and learning, and everybody showed up. And so we got to have just these great collaborative conversations. And it reminds us, as Joe was saying, that together we can go so much further. And it's really easy to say I can do this on my own and I can get this done quickly, but truly the school year is a grind and it is a marathon. And so we need those collaborative connections to help us. And we're already seeing that through this teacher-led initiative and the support of the administration that we are having that student success that we want to see. And what I finished with when I was working with the team, I think what Mr. Jurgens is referring to is, as I looked out at all the teachers and we were wrapping up our time, I just wanted them to know that having a seventh grader and a fourth grader at home, I would put my kids in every single one of the classrooms of the teachers that I got to work with here in Faribault. And I very much meant that statement, because you can just feel the dedication and the care. It's very easy to go to a workshop and kind of breeze through or check your email, but the amount of engagement and the way that they approach professional learning and professional development, it's evident that it's a great crew to work with, and I'm very fortunate that I had the opportunity to work with the elementary schools here in Faribault.
All right, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Board members, any comments or questions you may have? Ms. Director Steves.
So I have been volunteering for the last 6 or 7 months as a Rotary reader. I have anecdotally noticed the difference that the PLCs have made. These kids started here and are ending the school year here. I know you're not talking about PBIS today, but I have to say and highlight these kids are kind. These kids are well behaved. They raise their hands. They walk in the hallways. Learning is incredibly, incredibly important. But these soft skills, as a parent of 3, who my kids aren't always kind and aren't always walking down the hallways, I think that's something that's super important. I'm glad that this program is working well. I'm super grateful that it's teacher-led. I think if you have buy-in from multiple levels, I think it can just collaboratively go further. But hats off to you guys.
Thank you. If I could, those of you in the audience, if you're having a conversation, if you would lightly whisper, I know I'm getting some feedback up here a little bit, and then for the people around you as well, it'd be greatly appreciated if you just not have a conversation or just very, very light, please. So,
Mr. Chair,
Wolf.
thank you. Whoever wants to answer it around win time, can you tell me, on one of the slides you talked about 4th grade win time, had 100% of the students grew. Are we seeing that? And I don't know, I apologize. Is win time in 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, are we seeing results like that in all grades? Or is 4th grade just an outlier, or the overachieving grade, if you will? And I don't mean to diminish anybody else, but I mean, is this a real outlier, or is this kind of through all the grades?
Well, throughout our win time model, we consistently see student growth. The reason we decided to pull this piece in is because it's no secret that some of our bigger picture data does not look good. And that's why I came back and pointed out that these are 4th and 5th graders, and when we look at their FastBridge data, when we look at their MCA reading data, that's a comprehension test. And that measures their comprehension. The problem is that if they can't pull the words off the page, they can't comprehend. And so what I'm getting at is, by going through this science of reading training, we are now learning the skills we need to learn as educators to target the specific skills so that our kids can pull the words off the page and then they can understand what they're reading. And the problem we have is this is 4th and 5th grade, so then the comprehension data in the MCAs reflect that. What's going to happen, my prediction in the next 2 to 3 years, is as we have implemented this throughout all elementaries, and preschool is even incorporating it, those gaps will begin to get filled, and then that MCA data should start to reflect that over time. But that was the purpose of this, was to show that we really need to target those skills at all levels.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And then just secondly, and forgive me here, I'm probably the dumbest educator on this board, as I'm not an educator. But Mr. Pinka, I really appreciate your comments about meeting weekly for PLC. I live in a different world than education in the business sector, and we look at things on a daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, you name it basis. And the sooner you can find a pain point or a gap or a problem, you're more likely to not cause a bigger problem, right? You can address it. And so I absolutely kudos to all of you that are involved. I don't know who that is, but a big thank you. And you just simply identify a problem sooner. And so hopefully more people will take you up on it. And if Jefferson truly takes it school-wide next year, I think we can sit here in a year from now and be blown away by what we find out. Thank you.
What else? Director Moore.
Yes, thank you for presenting. I was so glad to hear that you talked about a little bit about the brain development and also the implementation. I really am excited about this phonics instruction. And also, and I took, I don't know if you know about Project Read, but I took some workshops at Project Read. And you have to, you're right, you have to start, it's a systematic approach and you have to build on it. If there's one piece missing, it's not gonna work. So you have to do it like this. It's incremental, systematic, and incremental. So I'm very excited about phonics instruction and that we are getting back to this systematic building up approach, because from what I've seen, it's been working with children. So hopefully this will keep going. Thank you.
So from my chair, I want to thank you for your presentation, but also appreciate, particularly Mr. Pinka said, is that you're meeting your PLCs in real time. You're not talking about data or collections. A month ago, it's week by week or something you did that week, and that is very crucial. And I also really appreciate the format and structure of what a PLC, because I don't want to go back 15, 20 years when I was in the classroom, whatever, but the structure was not there. So this provides the structures that exactly how a PLC should be run and how we, most importantly, how kids benefit from that particular meeting. So thank you. Thank you for your work and your presentation. So very much. Have a great evening. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to public comment. We have a relatively high number of people who wish to have public comment tonight, so I'm going to take the two. The rest, 9 of them are on one topic, and 2 of them are on a different topic. So I'm going to take the first one here of Mr. Mike Cross, if you'd come up, and your topic is renewal of the Minnesota State High School League. Good evening, Mr. Cross.
All right, hello. As he said, my name is Mike Cross. I'm a resident of Faribault. I still have kids in the program. Well, we're here again talking about the high school league. Tonight, I want you to think about this seriously. Keep your political view out of it. Your political view, my political view means nothing what's going to happen. It is case law that a transgender kid can go in the bathroom today. If you do not pass this tonight, transgender kid can go in the bathroom tomorrow. Gonna change nothing, except try to destroy our kids, which has happened in the past. Thank God the majority of you vote this way, but I'm just telling you right now, if you're not going to vote for the kids and you're going to vote for your politics, or you're going to vote for your personal stuff, resign immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next, Janet Moline, and her topic is budget issues.
I've taken the numbers from the budget committee meeting, your most recent budget committee meeting, and your budget, your revised budget. It looks to me like you have a $5 million budget shortfall, and I think it's actually worse than that if you actually were using the actual enrollment numbers, which is 81 students less than the average that this document is using. So, and since revenue is directly tied to the number of students you have, you are artificially inflating your estimate of revenue. So I would like you to take a look at whether you're using, because you've had declining enrollment for 15 plus years, it's unrealistic to assume it's going to go some other direction. So your revenue numbers are unrealistic, in my opinion. The only way to really fix that, so there's probably $7 million in shortfall, because you plan on spending $83.6 and a revenue of $78,396. So you've got a shortfall already of $5 million using that higher number. So it's probably really more like $7 million shortfall if you were adjusting for that. The only way to really fix that is to reduce payroll. You told me that it was around 86% of your budget. And you have 300 non-teaching staff per your last meeting with the HR woman. And you plan on adding more if you look at what you're adding here, you went from 18 coordinators to 22 coordinators in not much more than a year. And now you're elevating a person, you want to elevate on the consent agenda number 6, you want to elevate a person to another coordinator position. At the same time, he's asking for a 5-year leave of absence. That just doesn't sound fiscally responsible in the least. Anyhow, I don't know how you're going to make up that shortfall. I suppose that's why you didn't answer my question at the tax meeting, that you're planning on coming to us for additional money on an off year, I'm assuming, to make that shortfall. I do thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Moline. Next, we have 9 people who wish to address the topic of the language and cultural classes. So what I have done is I have folded all these in half. I've shuffled them multiple times here, and I'm going to ask Director Steves, because as a board policy, there's a 15-minute limit, 3 5-minute speakers per topic. I'm going to ask Ms. Steves to pull 5 of these slips out, and we will go in order in which you pull them. Thank you. Oh, that's one I missed?
Yep.
Okay. Is that the first one? Okay, thank you. Our first speaker is Yusuf Ali. The topic is culture class. Yes. So once again, what we will do is, because we have interpreters here, we will have a 3-minute time, but when the person is speaking, once you stop and the interpreter begins, we will stop the clock for the version there, and then we'll begin. So you'll get your full 3 minutes both ways. So welcome.
Yusuf Ali oo dhigta oo degan Faribault degmada Faribault caruurteedana dhigato.
Could you pull your microphone closer? Is that one working or? Yes.
Okay. Aniga oo Yusuf Ali ku nool degmada Faribault caruurteedana dhigato iskuullada kala duwan ee Faribault. Waxaan halkan aan ka codsanaynaa in loo tixgeliyo codsigan aan maanta soo jeedinayno idinkuna laga yaabo inaad horey u maqasheen.
My name is Yusuf Ali, and I'm a parent in the Faribault Public School District. I have children that go to middle school and also high school, and I am asking the school board to support the creation of our Somali language and culture class.
taas oo kaga hadlayo 4 qodob oo nimka.
And I just want to emphasize 4 things.
Way ardada yaryar ee bri schoolka laga soo bilaabayo in loogu daro luqadda Soomaaliga waa ku.
I'm asking the school board to approve the culture class for the teaching our kids pre-K students and also kindergarten students, so they learn the language.
waalidka iyo ilmuhu si ay isu fahmaan oo luqadii baa ka tabadatay Ingiriiska af Soomaaligiina ka kaxaysay.
The other reason I'm here today is because parents and also their children, Somali parents and also their children don't understand each other, and they struggle to understand the language of Somali language.
luqadoodana aanay uga lumin.
So that they don't lose their language.
Sababta oo ah luqadda ayaa ka lumaysa haddii ay sidan ku sii jiraan ilmihii iyo waalidkuna isma fahmayaan.
If this is not approved tonight, we fear that our kids might lose their language in the future time.
waad ku mahadsantihiin codsiga aan idiin soo jeedinay annagoo waalidiina.
And I really respect you to respect our request to pass this tonight.
waanad ku mahadsantihiin.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sadia Ahmed on the culture and language classes. Good evening, welcome.
Good afternoon. galab wanaagsan waa idin salaam dhammaantiin aad iyo aad u mahadsantiin sidaa noo qaabisheen.
Good evening. Hello to everyone. Thank you for inviting us here and accepting us here.
ma ihi qof inta badan bulshada ku fiican hadalkooda laakiin waa isku dayaa maanta intaa awoodo.
I am not good at public speaking, but I'll try my best today.
mar labaad aad iyo aad u mahadsantihiin. aniga waxaan ka mid ahaa waalidiinta ku nool magaalada Faribault. waxaan ku noolnahay muddo ku dhow 20 sano hadda.
Thank you once again. I live in Faribault here in this town for last 20 years.
arrintan hadda aan maanta aan dhawaan aan maqlay waxaan jeclaan lahaa inaan maqlo 15 sano ka hor, but alxamdulillah hadda way imaatay.
This Somali language and a culture, I just hear it, but I wish I could hear 15 years ago.
maxaa yeelay ilmahayga hadda luqadii Soomaaliga way fahmayaan laakiin ma ii jawaabi karaan.
Because my children understand Somali language, but they cannot reply to me, they cannot talk to me.
marka tan waa fursad weyn oo ku soo biirtay aadan idinka mahadcelinayna haddii aad noo ogolaal lahaydeen in luqadaas lagu soo kordhiyo.
This will be a big opportunity for our families if you could accept the language and the culture class, because of it will help a lot of for the families.
maxaa kaloo ku daraa aad iyo aad u mahadsantihiin. mar walbo Soomaalida waan isku dhiirigelinaa sidaan idinku codeyn lahayn maadaama idinka nimatashaan, laakiin mar inta badan waxay u eg tahay codkeena waa qaadataan laakiin ma noo qabataan.
I'll just add it, like anytime there's a board voting, we participate, and we would like the people that we vote for, please stand with us today and vote for us for this. It's very crucial to us. It's very important for for our language and our children, our family. Please vote for us.
maxaa yeelay luqadeen way sii dhumaysaa, taana waa arrin aad iyo aad noo dhibaataysay. maxaa yeelay marmarka qaarkood waxaad arkaysaa waalid iyo ilmihiisa iyoon isfahmaynin haddana isku guri ku nool.
Our language is distinguishing. It's disappearing as we speak, and our children do not speak. They don't understand. You will find a household family who does not understand one another, and it's very, very difficult. And please vote for us.
tanna ma ahan kaliya Soomaalida kaliya inay caawinaysa as bulsho ahaan Faribault ahaan waxay la tahay cunug markuu luqadiisa fahmayo inuu maxaa la dhihi lahaa dhiirigelin weyn ay u tahay.
It's not only for the families to understand one another. If we have children, students who understand their language, it will help whole community. It will be a full person instead of a person who's missing a piece part of their culture and their language.
ma ahan luqadeen in ilmahayna necban yihiin laakiin fursad maysan u helin wax baro. anaga waalidku waan isku daynaa laakiin sidaa ogtihiin generationka socda TV-ga iyo maxaan u telefoonada.
We try our best at home to teach our language, but as they are going, as you know, this generation, what controls is social media, and also they're going to school at the same time. So we have a very few time with them, so we can't teach them. Please help us to encourage them to learn or give them opportunity to learn their language.
so siday ila tahay aniga fursad aad iyo aad u wanaagsan waaye waan ku mahadsantiin mar labaad iyo mar saddexaad.
This is a great opportunity for us. Please allow us or vote for it so that our children can learn, and thank you very much. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Next, we have Roger Steinkamp. Let's get on the language for the elementary students. Good evening, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, well, like I say, my name's Roger Steinkamp, and I have an appreciation for endorsement of teaching both Spanish and Somali and any language at an elementary level. And 2 points, and this might be a little different angle, is that first, teach it to kids when they're less than 10 years old. Developmental psychology indicates that that's a time when you're in brain development and in child development where languages are easily taken up. And I can use my personal example, is that I grew up in a high school where we had French offered, and I had the choice between French and agriculture. Well, I studied agriculture. I took agriculture. And later on in college, it was a time that they dropped foreign language requirements, and I didn't take a foreign language. But later on, my first exposure to another language was in Japan. And this old farm boy got off the plane, and I said, holy cow, it's a big world out here, and other people are speaking these languages. And to hitchhike around, I had to learn a little bit of katakana and enough, I would say, Japanese English to get by. And then fast forward, when I came back and went to the university and got my degree in ag ed, and I really wanted to go overseas. And guess what? The Lutherans are hiring an ag guy to go to Senegal, but it was Francophone, and I didn't know French. And so they very graciously sent me for about a year to learn French. And at that age, your brain doesn't work as well. It's really hard to get fluent. Little kids can, just pick it up like a sponge. And I had that experience, and I have friends who are dual language and sometimes speak 4 or 5 languages, and they learned it when they were a kid. Okay, the second point is that when you learn a foreign language, you also learn culture. There are things we can't express in English that other people can, and it's a function of geography and culture. And so by learning another language, you also broaden your horizon. And I saw Superintendent Bente's presentation online, and I think if I saw it right, it's open to all kids. It's not just, it shouldn't be just for the Latino or Somali community. It should be for all the kids, because all the kids can pick up a language at that age, and it'll broaden their horizon. It broadens our cultural understanding, and there are concepts I picked up in other languages. I mean, I'm fairly fluent in French now, and there are concepts, and French is a Latin language, and I've been in countries where Arabic and Slavic languages and Bantu languages are there.
Mr. Steinkamp, will you wrap up, please?
Anyway, the 2 points are, at that age, it's easy for a kid to pick up the language, and secondly, it broadens the cultural understanding between ethnic communities.
Thank you, Mr. Steinkamp. Next is Norma Vasquez, once again on the benefits of learning new language. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Norma Vasquez. I'm a mother of one kid in the elementary school, another one in middle school, and I have a senior in high school. So, one of my kids is in special education, trying to teach them both languages as I'm bilingual. And when I came here, I didn't speak English as well. Right now, I'm trying. I'm learning. I want to do the same with my kids. And now, they start catching more English than Spanish than I would like to. And it's okay, and it's good for them to learn and trying to communicate, but at the same time, they need more,
need optimism, more optimism.
Okay, now we're going to speak Spanish. So, ellos necesitan, los niños, ahorita un poquito más de autoestima para sentirse cómodos en su lenguaje y tener más comunicación con sus papás.
These kids in schools need to have more self-esteem, a higher self-esteem, and the right instructional leadership from schools to do so.
So, también estamos viendo que hay diferentes culturas aquí y está bien. Solo también estamos viendo, si no lo hemos notado, cada cultura hace sus grupos de adolescentes con los que se sienten más cómodos.
We see that in our community we have a various amount of cultures that exist here, specifically at Faribault, and we see how those cultural groups connect and make themselves into like pods and subgroups within our schools.
So, para nosotros, como no solo serían mis hijos beneficiados, sino sería todo el distrito, toda la comunidad, porque harían más conexiones entre ellos mismos.
Not only would that mean that my students and children are benefiting from this, but all students are going to be able to connect with one another by doing so.
También los niños aprenderían culturas diferentes, así como nosotros tuvimos que aprender la cultura en la que estamos y donde llegamos.
That way our students are able to learn about cultures the way in which we did as well as immigrants coming into this country.
Un punto también es de que los niños, ayudaría esto, beneficiaría con la conexión o la comunicación que van a tener los padres con sus hijos. Eso beneficiaría también al distrito porque les ayudaría académicamente a los niños a crecer y dar mejores grados.
This will also help within our families to communicate within one another between parents and students and have that capacity building for our district leadership as well and our schools to build that capacity amongst our leadership so that our academics also progress as well.
So, ya hablando de este tema más en general, creo yo que sería bueno que le demos a esos niños una oportunidad de hacer un mejor cambio a la comunidad y ayudarnos todos en conjunto para salir adelante y crecer esta comunidad más como se debe.
This also gives us the opportunity in general to give this opportunity to our kids in our schools so that we grow our community, not just within ourselves, but as a holistic view.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Alejandra Juarez. I hope I pronounced that correct. Language and Culture class. My apologies if I mispronounced the name.
Juarez.
Juarez. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alejandra Juárez, soy madre de 2 alumnos, uno en middle school y una en high school. Estoy aquí parada frente a ustedes para dirigirme de manera respetuosa. Siempre he dicho que la labor de una institución educativa merece todo nuestro reconocimiento porque es en las aulas donde se va sembrando la semilla del saber. Esa educación académica que será el pasaporte para el futuro de nuestros hijos. La educación es un acto de amor, por lo tanto es un acto de valor y es ese valor lo que hoy me tiene parada frente a ustedes. El valor que debemos darle a nuestros hijos y que tengan la oportunidad de tener en su escuela el proyecto de clase de lenguaje y cultura. Un proyecto ambicioso que no solo requiere de inversión de capital, sino también de compromiso de los maestros, padres y alumnos. Quiero decirles que el compromiso de los padres ya lo tienen, pero yo les pregunto, ¿existe el mismo compromiso en ustedes? Las fronteras de un país no debería determinar un idioma, más bien debería ser determinado como una oportunidad de crecimiento para el futuro. Para nuestros hijos latinos que han nacido en este país, es importante conversar con sus padres sobre qué les pasa, qué les sucede, qué sienten, pero muchas veces esa comunicación no se da porque los papás no hablan inglés y los niños no hablan español o viceversa. Sucede también que nuestros niños prefieren dejar de hablar el español porque son motivo de burla. Sin embargo, cuando ellos dimensionen el valor que tiene su idioma y que les abrirá el camino hacia un mejor futuro, no sentirán pena. Y quizá piensen que no es problema, y quizá no lo es, Pero entonces, ¿dónde queda esa labor de servicio, de compromiso, la empatía, la sensibilidad, los valores que los maestros deben tener desde el momento que pisan un aula? Mostrar esa pasión a su profesión que harán que nuestros hijos salgan al mundo a poner en práctica lo que ustedes les han enseñado. Porque yo les digo que ustedes, los maestros, tienen en sus manos el poder para cambiar el mundo porque transmiten conocimiento. Hoy quiero decirles que el idioma español mantiene una fuerte presencia como idioma de identidad y comunicación dentro de nuestra comunidad latina, pero también enfrenta desafíos en términos de acceso a información y servicios en su lengua materna. Enfrenta las restricciones a tener una mejor comunicación con su entorno. El acceso a la educación bilingüe puede ser un factor crucial para el éxito académico y la integración social de los estudiantes, pero no solo para los latinos, también para la comunidad anglosajona. Porque aprender el español les abrirá las puertas a mejores trabajos. Serán jóvenes que se adaptarán a las expresiones orales y escritas para tener una comunicación con mejor fluidez. No se trata de quién es más o quién es menos. Se trata de que somos una sola comunidad. Una comunidad que unida logrará colocar a la escuela como una de las mejores, incrementará su valor institucional y será reconocida por tener alumnos bilingües, rompiendo cualquier estigma y reconociendo que la clase de lenguaje y cultura será un privilegio para cada alumno. Señores de la mesa directiva, hoy tienen ante ustedes la oportunidad de aprobar este gran proyecto. Hoy tienen la oportunidad de hacer crecer académicamente a todos nuestros alumnos. Hoy tienen la oportunidad de darle valor importante a nuestra institución Falcons. No le nieguen la oportunidad a nuestros hijos de crecer, de comunicarse con sus maestros y familiares. No los limiten a solo responder un sí, un no o un no sé. No lo hagan, porque hacerlo sería como condenar el nivel educativo de nuestra institución.
Could you finish, please, shortly?
Así que hoy, de pie ante ustedes, apelo a su buen juicio para que este programa sea una realidad de las escuelas de nuestro distrito. Apelo a que dejemos de lado cualquier tema cultural y hoy solo somos nosotros. Somos una sola comunidad que no distingue raza, color ni cultura. Así que me enorgullezco con los valores de esta gran institución y cuando les pregunten de qué escuela vienes, con orgullo digan de la comunidad Falcon. Recordemos que si hablas a una persona en una lengua que entiende, las palabras irán a la cabeza, pero si les hablas en su propia lengua, las palabras irán al corazón. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Alejandra Juarez, and I am the mother of 2 students here in Faribault. I stand before you to address you respectfully. I've always said that the work of an educational institution deserves our full recognition because it is the classrooms where the seed of knowledge is sown and germinated. That academic education that will be the passport to our children's future. Education is an act of love, therefore it is an act of courage, and it is that courage that has me standing before you today, the courage that we must give to ensure that my children and your children have the opportunity to have language and culture class in their school. Without a doubt, an ambitious project that not only requires a capital investment, but also the commitment of teachers, parents, and students. I want to tell you that the parents already have the commitment, and therefore so do our children. But I ask you, does the same commitment exist in you? A country's borders shouldn't determine a language. Rather, they should be defined as an opportunity for growth, for future growth. For our Latino children born in the country, it is important to talk with their parents about what could be wrong, what's happening to them, or what they're feeling. But often that communication doesn't happen because the parents don't speak English and the children don't speak Spanish. It also happens that our children prefer to stop speaking Spanish because they are mocked. However, when they realize the value of their language and how it will pave the way for a better future, they won't feel ashamed. And maybe they think it's not their problem, and maybe it isn't. But then, what is that service? Commitment, empathy, sensitivity, the values that a teacher must have from the moment they step into the classroom. Showing that passion for their profession will allow for our children to go out in the world and put into practice what you have taught them. Because I tell you that you have in your hands the power to change the world because you transmit knowledge. Today, I want you to tell you that the Spanish language maintains a strong presence in the language of identity and communication within the Latino community, but it also faces challenges in terms of access to information and services in its native language, and it faces restrictions on better communication with its surroundings. Access to bilingual education can be a crucial factor for students' academic success and social integration, but not only for Latinos, but also for the Anglo-Saxon community, because learning Spanish will open doors to better jobs and will help young people adapt to oral and written expression and communicate fluently. The influence that English has had on Spanish spoken by Latinos in the United States can reflect the interaction between both cultures. It's not about who is more or less, it's about being one community, a community that united will position the school as one of the best, increase its institutional value, and be recognized for having bilingual students, breaking any stigma and recognizing that language and culture classes will be a privilege for every student. Today, the presence of the Spanish language is very strong. It is present in science, culture, art, politics, film, and music. I firmly believe that the futures of this country is tied to the Latino community, its contributions, and its opportunities. Throughout history, the Latino community and other minorities have suffered waves of exclusion due to the language, and although this has been fought through important civil rights struggles, we are headed towards regression. I want to tell you that life is about moving forward, never going backward, because doing so means that the methods you have implemented have failed. So today, standing before you, I appeal to your good judgment to make this program a reality in the schools for our district. I appeal to you to put aside any cultural issues today. We are just us. We are a Falcon community. We know no race, color. The Falcon community adds and contributes so that its students will excel when they leave their classroom. They will be students who take pride in the values of this great institution, and when they ask you, what school did you come from, and they will proudly say the Falcon community that teaches with courage and paves ways for a better future for its young people. And remember, if you speak to someone in a language they understand, the words will go to their head. If you speak to them in their own language, the words will go to their heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, also thank you to the 4 people who were not selected to speak on this topic in the public comment, and also wish to add, as I stated before for the agenda, there will not be a decision tonight. There will not be a vote tonight. We are having a discussion amongst the board on this class, and we will act on this very soon. There will be an announcement at the end of the meeting as to when we will act on that. With the consent agenda, we'll move on to agenda item number 6, the consent agenda. Consent agenda consists of the minutes from the April 21st, 2025, April 28th, 2025, and May 5th, 2025 meetings. It also has employment, additional assignments, other authorization of payments, transfers, and investment account, and retirements. Is there a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Director Steve. Second by Director Wolf. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item number 7, the District Advisory Committee. There's no report. Agenda item number 8, the Policy Committee. The Policy Committees and reports, Directors Moore and Steves. I'll turn this over to you.
Do you want to go ahead?
Yes, both Cassie and I were there, and at the Policy Committee, and I think it went...
I'm really having a difficult time. We're getting a lot of feedback, so we really could have it quiet in our audience. I'd really appreciate that, so thank you. Go ahead, Director Moore.
Okay, thank you. I think it went fairly smoothly, and except when we got to Policy 515, I had some reservations about that, and we'll be talking about Policy 515 later. Also, there was a policy we decided to table, Policy 599. That was a social media policy. And I had actually had 2 attorneys look at that myself, or asked 2 attorneys to look at it, and they were very concerned about the violation of First Amendment rights. And I think, Mr. Venti, you had our attorneys look at that, and I think they had those same concerns. So the attorneys are going to look at that and see if they can change the language. And Cassie, if I missed something, or?
I think you summarized that fairly correctly.
So it was tabled, sorry.
Yep. So we had a review of policies, revision of policies, and we will, Mr. Venti, do you want to, about how far along in the process are we? So we've got policies that are reviewed on an annual basis and a tri-annual basis, and we're about a third of the way.
Yeah, so we are on track now to review every policy every 3 years. So that is the review process. But that does not include in the revision process of revised policies that we get due to state statutes changing, which then come out from MSBA. And we have yet to hear how many that will be this coming summer, which we will look at in probably early August, because usually they need to be passed before the school year begins.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 8B, the first reading of policies. First reading of policies are policy 701.1, the budget modification, policy 703, annual audit, policy 705, investments, policy 714, fund balances, policy 730, payroll periods, policy 515, protection and privacy of pupil records, and policy 704, development and maintenance of an inventory of fixed assets and a fixed asset accounting system. So to be sent on to for second reading, is there discussion amongst of any of those particular policies?
Mr. Chair, are we
Director
voting
Boudreau.
Are we voting on these policies tonight or just going to second reading?
We have not traditionally approved first readings. We could have a motion for approval to send these policies to the second reading next month. We could do that.
I'm fine with that. I just wanted to remark on 515 when it is appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Director Boudreau. So any further thing? Director Moore, would you like?
Well, I'm fine with all of these except for the policy 515. I can talk about it next time too, if it's appropriate for the second reading. I just got it out to all the people, so I'll leave it up to you.
Okay, so let's do this, board. Let's take and have a motion for approval of all those policies that I read with the exception, motion for sending those policies to the second reading to the school board, with the exception of number 6, policy 515. Okay, we have a motion for that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm probably confused. Don't they automatically go to a second reading? We have a first reading. It's here for us to review, and historically, second reading is it's in front of us to take action on.
Yeah, very good point, because I've been debating on how to handle this.
I don't think you need to do anything, but that's your call.
Okay. So let's not do that. Okay, so let's just take and have a discussion. Then what I'm hearing is policy 515 to be sent on for the second reading. So let's open that up and have a discussion on it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for that clarification. I was confused on how to do that. So go ahead, Director Boudreau.
I'm fine with that. I'm with that, having a discussion. I looked through the minutes of the policy committee, and I want to thank our superintendent for consulting our legal counsel on that. My amendment was upon parental request that we would not deliberately withhold information to a parent regarding their minor child's request to have a different name or pronoun, etc. The legal counsel gave advice, and I accept the advice, which was referenced from the guardianship and protective proceedings of Minnesota statutes, and they just stated that upon request by the minor, if the responsible authority determines that withholding the data would be in the best interest of the minor. In other words, it's a decision made by our responsible authority. Okay, I'm accepting that because I understand it's in Minnesota statutes, but I do have a question. I'm still concerned about the new Minnesota English Language Arts standards that are supposed to be in effect this fall for our third graders. And the requirement is that third graders would use non-binary pronouns in their writing. And a non-binary pronoun is a non-binary person they identify as neither a man or a woman. So this is a concern of mine, so I want to ask Superintendent Benty how this statute is currently followed with our District 656 students. If a concerned parent asks about information on their minor child, 8-year-old, third grader, whatever, how will you determine if withholding that information is truly in the best interest of the minor?
So the statute that you're referring to is 13.02, and I think it's subdivision 8 of that. And it states the responsible authority shall withhold, and shall means must, withhold data from parents or guardians or individuals acting as parents or guardians in the absence of parents or guardians upon request by the minor if the responsible authority determines that withholding the data would be in the best interest of the minor. It goes on to talk about the two main areas are emotional and physical harm. So in the cases I can tell you that I was involved with as a high school principal, the way that worked was, I can't think of a time that there wasn't a social worker involved from the county, or a police officer involved, in which we would say, okay, this is now turned over to the county or turned over to the police department. This is not something that the school district would be withholding at this point because it would be turned over. I think if it was to be only a school district decision, it would be a decision that would not be made in a vacuum. It would be a decision that would be made with, if there was a county social worker, if there was a police officer involved, definitely counselors, other administrators, to say, what does everyone think? What is there a legitimate concern here that if we contact the parent, there would be emotional or physical harm that is done? So that is the route that we would take. We have not seen these issues pop up at our elementary schools. The standards piece that you're referring to is a benchmark. It is not part of the standard, but I will say that the MCA tests do test on benchmarks. So benchmarks do not have to be taught. Standards have to be taught. But if they could be missing out on the piece that may show up on a new MCA test that will be coming. I hope that answered your question.
I don't know if it did answer it, but I don't want to prolong the discussion. I just want to know if a parent asked you about their child, may be confused by some of these required benchmarks, are you able to share? Especially a third grader.
Under the statute, we are able to share as long as we don't have any convincing evidence or thought that by sharing with that parent that there would be physical or emotional harm that would be retributed back onto the student.
And Mr. Chair, I thank the superintendent for that statement because I think that is the approach we should take.
Very good.
So thank you for allowing me to have this conversation.
Welcome. So before, and Director Moore, you're going to be next, but I have one thing.
Okay,
One thing first here, but Mr. Benty, with policy 515, I know at our previous business meeting, we had a motion and a second to send it back to the committee to refer to legal, to our attorney. I would like you, and we did get a response back, would you share with us, the board and the public here, on exactly the attorney's response with this particular policy, please?
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, on Tuesday, April 29th, we received a response back, or I should say I received a response back from the school district attorneys referencing a amendment that was brought forth for policy 515. The response goes, and I quote, "Current policy 515 is consistent with state law. I, being the attorney, am concerned about including a blanket exception for certain categories of data when that exception is not consistent with state law. Anytime that the school district determines that information shall be withheld in the best interest of the minor, whatever the nature of information, the school district shall withhold the information." Minnesota Statute 13.02 subdivision 8 states that the responsible authority shall withhold data from parents or guardians or individuals acting as parents or guardians in the absence of parents or guardians upon request by the minor if the responsible authority determines that withholding the data would be in the best interest of the minor. To comply with this requirement, policy 515, section 8B, 1A through D includes the steps that must be taken by the minor and the school district to meet this standard. As you know, it is the unusual circumstance when a school district would make the determination to withhold data from parents. For health records, there is a very high standard under policy 515 8B1E to withhold such records. Under current policy language, this information can only be withheld if disclosure of it to the parent may lead to physical or emotional harm to the minor. In my practice, referring to the attorney, I have never seen this standard met. The language is consistent with Minnesota Statute 144.292 Subdivision 7, which allows withholding of health records from a patient, which includes parents, if a provider reasonably determines that the information is detrimental to the physical or mental health of the patient, or is likely to cause the patient to inflict self-harm or to harm another. The provider may withhold the information from the patient and may supply the information to an appropriate third party or to another provider. The other provider or third party may release the information to the patient. And that ends the email.
Thank you, Mr. Ganti. So with that, Director Moore, I think I'll turn it over to you. You said you had some thoughts and concerns. You've
Yes.
also passed out a document to board members here.
Yes.
That's
There should be, Jamie should have one too. Do you have one? Yes. I guess I am concerned about the statement emotional harm. And I've got it all written here. I'm just going to, emotional harm, it's very subjective and it could be interpreted in many ways. One way is if a child wishes to transgender and the parents disagree, and that could happen. Under this general term of emotional, a child can go to an administrator and state that he or she wishes to transgender and that his or her parents don't agree. And the child would say, thus causing him anxiety or trauma. And so due to this scenario and the present policy 515, the school administration, it could, under this policy, withhold the subject child's records from the parents, thus denying parents their rights over their child. Now, Colorado is already moving in this direction, and you can check out the following links. Many of the parents, the first link, the parents were very unhappy about this, and this is what's happening in Colorado, and we're probably going to be following in those footsteps. So I guess my problem is emotional harm is open to interpretation, and this amendment would ensure the protection of Faribault Public School parents' rights. And that's my first concern. So I have two other ones.
well, since we're discussing this, would there be no amendment tonight since there's not a motion to
Yes.
approve? So you'll do that
Yes.
next month.
But I wanted to get this out.
I fully understand. So I guess, if other board members, are any questions for Director Moore on that piece? If not, I'll let her go on with, she has two other concerns as well.
Okay, thank you. And I have, on your sheets, I do have the page numbers there for if you wanted to look at the policy. The policy is quite long. I'm also a bit concerned about 6.B.16, which is prior consent for disclosure not required. Number 16, it says that and of course this is prior consent of the parent is not needed, to appropriate health authorities to the extent necessary to administer immunization programs. So I guess my problem is I'd like to clarify. So in other words, if a parent is, the parent will not be, it says prior consent is not necessary, so the parent may not be notified. So can the health authorities come in and administer vaccinations or immunizations against the parents' wishes? And one of the things that I think that I'm concerned about is, most parents know more about their child's health than personnel in our schools and or the public health agencies. Also, vaccinations, and they have been shown, and I can show you the research, may be detrimental to some children. So if if the parent isn't notified or given consent, we could really, and the health authorities come in and give, vaccinations to children, and some of these children are harmed, this could present a problem for the districts. I just want some clarification on this. Should I go on with the
Yes, please, go ahead.
on with the next one, okay. And that's on page 18. Another concern I've got is 6B21. It's the second paragraph A. It says, any data collected shall be protected in a manner that will not prevent the personal identification of students and their parents by other than the authorized representatives of the secretary. My question is, what if the parents don't want their child's data given to the secretary? Because it sounds like it will be in the aggregate, except, maybe I'm reading this wrong, in a manner that will not permit the personal identification by other than the authority representatives of the secretary. So I'm thinking the secretary can get this personal data. And what if the parents don't want that? I guess what I'm concerned about with all of this, with all of the above issues, is there is a parental rights theme here and parental responsibility. And also, you know, with the election of the present federal administration, more cases related to injury to children from vaccinations or whatever, along with violation of parental rights, may lead to more exposures and therefore more lawsuits. And even if the courts rule in favor of the school districts, more parents and eventually more students may be filing lawsuits against schools, public health agencies, and possibly those in the administration in the future. I'm not sure how protected we are. I hope that school boards have, I think we have insurance. But I guess my big concern is the attack on, I do say attack on parental rights. And this is happening in Colorado. I gave a link where there was a parents, it was, wait a minute, and parents, it was on Newsweek. Supreme Court rules case that could change vaccine injury lawsuits. And I think this one said that if you have to, they denied the parents did not win the case, but they said they had to, I think, present the case 36 months into after the vaccination. So we're getting into some really problem areas, I think, where we could be, you know, there could be lawsuits, and I know they're happening in Colorado. And so that's my concerns. Thank you.
Any further discussion on any of those policies?
Can I just ask Ms. Moore what she would suggest Superintendent Venti, where would you like clarification on your questions from the attorney, or?
I just would like, I have these concerns, and I'm not sure if it should be the attorney or not, because I think it's happening in Colorado now, and the parents, they filled the courtroom. And I think it will be coming here as well. And so I'm concerned about how it's going to impact Faribault Public Schools, especially if we have lawsuits. So these are my concerns. I guess I don't know if we can even answer that right now, but I think we have to think about this, because policy 515, it's quite subjective in some of its terms, especially, like I said, with emotional harm. And I can see the physical aspect of it if a parent is abusing their children, sexually abusing or abusing their children in some way, no, the record should be kept. And I think the spirit of the law was that, and now we're moving into an area that we just don't know about. And I think we have to think about these things carefully. And in the meantime, while we have another month to think about it, let's just think about what can happen and, what are the ramifications. So thank you for your time.
So just for clarity's sake, you don't want us to move forward with consulting the attorney?
Well, no, that would be fine. That would be fine. It's just that even if we consult an attorney, I think there's some fluctuation here, or I don't know, flexibility in some of the laws now. And I know with the current administration at the national level, things may change. And so we may not know exactly what's going to happen, even the attorneys. And so I think it would be a good idea to have an attorney look at this, but yet it may not, with our current administration at the federal level, I think things may be coming down in the next year or two that we may have to face some lawsuits if we're not careful. And so I'm just worried about the language in this, so thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, if federal law changes, then state law will change to match it, and MSBA will then get involved. There will be, a date in which that law takes effect, and then we will be required by federal law, state law, and our membership with MSBA to have those new policies that support those on the books by that date. It's no different than when we had Family Medical Leave Act items go through, and it has to be ready by January 1st of this date. So those would be in place for that. If it is easier, I can arrange with our attorneys to have someone at the business meeting in June to answer questions. I will tell you this, they're going to support the policy that is in front of you, but they can probably explain it a lot better than I can, since I am not an attorney. So I can offer that out to the board if you would like to have somebody from our attorney group come down that you would have questions for that evening.
How do we come up with that decision? Is that consensus here?
I guess I have, concerns are the wrong word, but we talk about using our taxpayers' dollars wisely. We've already consulted an attorney multiple times on this very same policy. It's been sent back and forth between policy. I'm generally not a wait and see type of gal. However, I want to wait and see what the federal and state levels legislation says. But this policy, with your assurance from our attorneys, from MSBA, from any other person that you've consulted, would keep us in compliance to today's laws and legislation.
With today's laws on the books, this policy followed in front of us keeps us in compliance. If it were to change tomorrow, there would have to be a date in which you would have to be in compliance by, and we would make sure that there would be obviously new state and or policy that we would follow by that date.
So with follow-up question, and I don't know how I'm going to ask this, it'll come back for review for second reading in June?
Yes.
Does that mean that between now and June we are out of compliance, or we still are in compliance?
No, we're still in compliance.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, we're still in compliance. I don't know, this one was, Mrs. Kenny, do you remember if this one was a revision, or was this one for a review? Because it has
This was a revision.
It has bounced back and forth.
This was
The revision started off as a small sentence suggested by the attorney, and it has bounced back and forth for quite a while through policy committee. I believe I want to say since January.
Yes.
So
My recommendation, board members, is to forward this to the June meeting for the second reading. We already have the attorney's review here and some board member comments, and then if there are amendments to be made, et cetera, to move on from there. That's my recommendation. If I see nodding of heads here.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I could, I would like to interject. I do agree with Ms. Steves, or Director Steves, in that, it costs us money with the attorneys. Right now, it sounds like we are in compliance. But having said that, it doesn't prevent lawsuits from coming against us, because I know this is happening in Colorado now, and it probably will be happening in Minnesota too. So I just want to put that point out there, because then probably a lawsuit will change the scenario or whatever it is. So, but I'm fine with June. Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on. We'll, for 8B, we'll recommend that the first reading of policies is complete, and we'll move on to second reading at the June meeting here. Looking at the time and what other agenda items we have, the chair will now issue a 10-minute recess. Thank you. I'll call the meeting back to order. We are now on agenda item number 9, other committees. Finance Committee. I'll give board members and the general public here the review of the Finance Committee minutes from last Monday, May 12th. Business items. We approved the previous meeting minutes, which was changed, was corrected with correct information there. We also approved the Finance Committee approved the fiscal year 26 Ice Arena contract. We'll be dealing with that here in a few moments. We also discussed the approval of the revised fiscal year 25 budget. This is a revision of the adopted budget that was originally approved back in June of 2024 for fiscal year 25. The revision is necessary to ensure that our budget correctly aligns with what our actual expenses are predicted to be. The general fund's adopted budget showed $273,000 in expense over revenue compared to the revised budget showing $664,000 expense over revenue. In the adopted budget, benefits were under budgeted by $1.16 million. Title, capital, equipment, and long-term LTFM and other expenditure budgets were increased by $375,000, $302,000, and $70,000 respectively. Total expenditure budgets in the general fund increased by $1.9 million, while revenue budgets were increased by $1.5 million, a difference of $391,000. Committee members posed questions of how was the $1.1 million in benefits missed, and how was the $702,000 in special ed revenue missed. As to benefits, this is an oversight as to the increased costs of health insurance. And as for special ed revenue, Mr. Daynard stated that as of last year in fiscal year 24, federal funding was used for tuition billing, while the expense line was added in fiscal year 25 to the budget to account for this. The revenue budget line was not updated. The food service fund showed $38,000 in revenue over expenses, but our fund balance is too high and must be spent down. Ms. Raisler stated that the new equipment has been purchased for almost all kitchens, including a remodel of McKinley in order to house ALC students beginning in fiscal year 27. The revised food service budget for fiscal year 25 now shows $145,000 in expense over revenue. Community education didn't change much with an overall increase of $44,000 and expense over revenue compared to the adopted budget. In construction, projects are being completed sooner than predicted, so we've had more expenses being shown in fiscal year 25 than was originally budgeted for. With our self-insurance fund, we've also seen more claims, so our revised budget for fiscal year 25 is now $373,000 expense over revenue as compared to the adopted, which shows revenue over expenses in the amount of $117,000. So Ms. Raisler said that she was not concerned because our unassigned fund balance remains at a healthy level and there's no real issues or concerns with any of the other funds. So there's a motion to approve that revised budget and seconded, and that motion carried. Our financial performance, our April student counts. Mr. Daynard spoke to a new site to report students through Alina's creation of a partial hospitalization program. Faribault School provides a teacher to District 1 for 90 minutes per day in order to provide students with mental health education. Most of these are already students of Faribault Public Schools, so this is really a shift in student counts from one site to the PHP site. Overall, we're down 71 students as compared to what we had budgeted, or roughly 710,000, and that is due to a miscalculation, overcalculation, should I say, in our kindergarten numbers. I think about a third of that was, we estimated for 225, and we're about 199 or 200 kindergarten students. Our April comparative financial report, we see a clear difference in the HVAC as April of 2024 shows no expense, and April of 25 shows $70,000. This is due to a timing issue of when we received the bill. we are entering, paying these utility bills, might not necessarily correlate with the month they are for. Water is on par with last year, and we continue to see rebates in electricity and showed a negative expense for April of 2025. We saw some snow in March, and so a negative expense for April of 2025, or I'm sorry, we saw some snow in March, and so we have an expense in April, but overall, we're well under budgeted for snow removal. Our self-funded insurance shows a revenue over expenses for the month of April, and year-to-date, we're moving in the right direction. Our April investment report, we're continuing to leave a small balance at CCF Bank because we have some outstanding checks to cover, any unforeseen ACH withdrawals or deposit, but most of these should have been switched over to Reliance at this point. Our main checking account at Reliance has an automatic sweep of any dollar amount over $750,000. Also, our CD with Reliance matures. We'll move that into savings as well, as we no longer renew that particular CD. And then lastly, our April analytics. We updated the yearly analytical report to show the revised budget that was approved earlier in the meeting. This report now has us aligned where we are sitting as compared to years past. It also shows deficit spending, $5.3 million in fiscal year 25. $4.3 million of that, however, comes from our construction fund. Revenue from the sale of bonds for the construction project was already recorded in fiscal year 24 and is now sitting in the 06 fund balance. So thank you for Brett Martindale for the minutes and the report there. That was a lot of discussion at that particular finance committee meeting. And I know we will have more detailed on the final revised budget in agenda item 10F. So that is my report. 9B is the Community Education Advisory Council. Director Steves, do you have anything from the Community Education Advisory Council?
So unfortunately, due to a work conflict, I was unable to attend, but I will be able to provide an update due to the fabulous notes taken by Community Education Director Zach Pruitt. So community highlights were shared by multiple partners, including some new housing, some new childcare, and other local free family events. Discussion about the $1.3 million plus in grants, specifically for early learning and activity spaces. Significant discussion regarding basic needs as a key to student success, and updates included were the summer program, the school supplies for all initiative, and budget planning. Mr. Pruitt, did I miss anything? Okay. That is all.
Great, thank you. 9D, the facilities, 9D, District Wellness Committee, Director Knudsen.
Thank you. So the Wellness Committee met on Wednesday, May 7th for the final meeting of the year. And so some of the things that we covered were some of the updates, and the shout outs were that we've created a storyboard of Faribault wellness efforts, and so the storyboard shows some of the key wellness efforts of the past year. A couple of our nurses came in and they were awarded a micro grant from the American Academy of Pediatrics, and only 15 districts in the nation have done this. And so they're working with parents and medical providers about allergies and creating signage so that people can be aware of concerns with allergies. Then Mr. Molitor talked about active schools training, and so that they have different programs going on with his school. And Ms. Benard, too, was talking about some of the active things that they're doing, not at this meeting, but that our schools are participating in doing other things to get our students active. And then finally, the summer meal program will be starting on June 13th. It's available to any child under 18. and that they'll be able to receive 6 free meals on Fridays. That would include 3 breakfasts and 3 lunches. This is provided, I believe, by the Community Action Center's food shelf. And so weekdays, there would be meals available, and then more meals available for students to take home. And I think that's about it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
9D, Facilities Committee meeting, Directors Moore and Wolf.
Okay.
Turn it over to you.
I like to talk. Okay. As far as the HVAC updates, that's ongoing. And also, I think we talked about 2, and Chad, you asked a question on this about the issues in the classroom with the temperature and the HVAC. And I guess would urge that any teachers who have a problem with the temperature weather would please contact Kane. And I think he said he sent emails out to teachers, because I know you were asking that question, and he said he sent emails out to the teachers. If you have a problem, be sure to contact him. So if any teacher has a problem with the temperature or anything like that, please send Kane an email, and he'll take care of it right away. I guess they've started McKinley and Jefferson, and they're in the hallways right now, so they don't interrupt the classroom. But I think they talked about, too, they were going to do the summer project update, HVAC on Lincoln and McKinley. And McKinley will be closed June 9th. So, and then, let's see, we had quite a bit here. The sale of the Roosevelt property. Okay, originally, now hopefully I get this right, Chad. Originally, it was state-owned. Then it was set aside for MSAD, Minnesota State Academy for the Deaf. And they didn't need it, so it was gifted to the public schools. So in essence, any money would go back to the state, and we'd do the work. Unfortunately, we need legislative action to rectify that situation. And so maybe we can bring this up to Senator Jasinski or something. But yeah, that was a surprise to me. As far as LTFM budget, he said we're going to stay light on the projects. They have this going to do this in the summer, the sleeper pads for Faribault Middle School roof. I guess some of that's rotting and there's water leakage. And he had explained to me what a sleeper pad was, but I understand now. Also, the high school pool deck and locker rooms, including the drinking fountain. I think you brought that up. And the sidewalks at Roosevelt. And I guess they are heaving, which would cause a safety concern. So they're looking at grinding them down. And also the parking lot maintenance, crack and seal. Tennis courts too on that. And it would be 50% city. You're smiling. Am I saying something wrong? You could, okay. 50% city, 50% Faribault Public Schools. They talked about the Raptor crisis management. They're going to have that. I think it was this summer, right? Yeah. And going to do some training there. They talked about, too, the football field. And I'm going to let you take that over because you'll understand. Because they talked about 9-man field, 11-man field. And I watch football, but I'm not all that up on it. So, Chad, I'm giving it over to you.
Director Moore, I'm wondering if you used AI to summarize that meeting or what, but
No,
it was pretty spot on.
I was writing away. I know shorthand, too. So. I did not use AI.
Superintendent Benty or Activities Director Mr. Gunderson, do either of you want to address the football field that was discussed?
So we're still in the preliminary stages, but we do rent our football field out to Bethlehem Academy. Bethlehem Academy this coming year will be playing 9-man football instead of the traditional 11-man. So different lines will need to be painted onto the field. It's also a narrower field, so athletes would stand actually on the playing surface for 11-man. So we do have some concerns about wear and tear on the field. We're currently working with Ed Friesen, who is the activities director and interim head of schools up at BA. So Shane and I will be continuing to work with him just to either get some of our concerns figured out or figure out a different location, one or the other.
Oh, also too, the update on Near Strand, I think that's ongoing right now. That is really not, correct? It's Near Strand.
We're in the process of working with Nurse Strand at the board's request to figure out for the Faribault Public Schools to get out of the ownership of that site.
So with
Thank you,
the
Chad, for letting me talk.
You did well.
With the facilities committee, I'm just wondering, and Mr. Gunderson, you relate, I believe MSAD's football field is a 9-person field, correct? Thank you so much. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. We'll move on to agenda item 10. 10A is gifts and donations resolution 25-29. I will read this. It's quite a lengthy list. Thank you to all the people who have given gifts and donations. So first, donations received from the Faribault Booster Club, $4,500 toward the cost of an athletic trainer this year, $12,000 toward the cost of a new golf center at the high school, $5,200 for the annual software subscription for the scoreboards in Nolan Gym, and $15,000 for the scoreboard at Bruce Smith Field / Nelson Track, Ted Nelson Track. Donations received for Little Falcons in memory of Ed Duzbabic. Abigail Whips, $40. Michael and Pam Kreschmar, $50. Edward and Tracy Farnan, $100. Diane Law, $25. Radius Wealth Advisors, Hub and Spoke Holdings, LLC, $200. Jill Fagerland, $20. Jim and Don Jandro, $20. Jeanette and Mark Reavers, $20. William and Candace Meyer, $20. Pat and Sherry Cullen, $25. Michael and Paula Perutka, $25. Bruce and Carolyn Schaefer, $10. Beth Johnson, $40. Dale and Linda Petra, $50. Todd and Lori Markman, $50. Perry and Mary Mead, $50. Kathleen Gerbig, $50. Stephen and Gail Cole, $100. Todd and Tracy Aarons, $100. Julie Petra, $700. Donations received for DECA. Bolt Funeral Home, $100. Inspired Spine Surge Center, LLC, $500. Misha Yee, $200. Reliance Bank, $100. Chappie Jewelry Incorporated, $200. TriStar, LLC, $600. CNS Vending Company, Incorporated, $100. Comprehensive Wealth Solutions, $100. State Bank of Faribault, $200. Faribault Transportation Service, $150. Donations received for the ALC Community School 5 De Mayo event. Carlander Cattle Company, two $15 voucher for 2 pounds of hamburger. Jake Hager, ALC Principal, 2 $10 gift cards from McDonald's. Nicole Overbaki, ALC Worker, $10 gift card from Quick Trip. Jackie Jarvis, ALC Art Teacher, $10 gift card, $10 Target gift card. Heather Castile, ALC Communication / Vocational Teacher, $10 Caribou gift card. Abbas Ali, Faces, $10 Quick Trip gift card. An anonymous donor sent a box of Subway sandwiches for the Faribault School Board and presenters on April 21st. Alina Health donated $5,000 for school supplies for all. Culligan donated 8 cases of bottled water for 5th grade field day. Hosanna Church donated $1,500 for school supplies for all. Is there a motion for approval of Resolution 25-29?
So moved.
Thank you, Director Boudreau. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Steves. Any discussion?
Just a huge huge thank you to the generosity of our local community.
Correct. Any other discussion? Discussion. Ms. Steves, this is an roll call, please, a resolution for roll call.
Linda Boudreau? Aye. Candace Knudsen? Aye. Linda Moore?
Aye.
Cassie Steves? Aye. Chad Wolf?
Aye.
John Bellingham?
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
Thank you. Agenda item 10B, language and cultural classes. This is a discussion item, so I'll ask Ms. Katie Schultz and Ms. Ashley Benhart to come forward. Any discussion? Here.
So, Mr. Chair, as they're settling in, I would just say the presentation that is attached on there is the same presentation that was provided 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
So there's no updates to the presentation. They are here simply to answer questions. A couple board members did submit questions that I passed on to them. So whatever questions you have around this program, we should be able, between the two of them and myself, be able to answer for you.
Okay. So I'd like to start off. First of all, I would like, you have given us the rationale of why. So many of the questions that I have seen come forward, or whatever, are more of the nuts and bolts or down on the management ground level, which I'm uncomfortable with, but all these are impactful here. So I'm going to ask you just to give us a brief, or give us a detailed overview of the program of 3 times a week, how many kids, what's being offered specifically, those nuts and bolts issues. If you start with that, I think that answers a lot of these questions. And so as much detail as you want to present, as you know, or could, at this point, they have, so go ahead.
Me? All right. Is it okay if I stand? Does that make anyone uncomfortable?
Certainly.
You told me to sit?
Nope, I said certainly.
We're both racers.
I'm not asking anything like that. So.
All good. So this year, something different for the 25-26 school year is a content block that's part of the instructional minutes of the day. We do not have a 30-minute content block this year. We do have one in the minutes scheduled for next year for grades 1 through 5. So in that 30-minute content block, science, social studies, and health will be taught. How it is taught is dependent upon the grade level team. An idea would be to have content experts. So if there's 4 grade level teachers, let's say it's 1, 2, 3, 4, we would have science, social studies, and health for our content areas. The reason that we're emphasizing science is because we test that on the MCAs. So what we teach would depend on the resources that we have. Katie Rotbold provided some examples of those, as well as we teach the Minnesota State Standards. So that is our tight. How we teach it is the loose. So that's a little bit of the content block. Where the language and culture, the language and content piece comes in, is the Spanish and the Somali side of things. We would hire a Spanish teacher and a Somali teacher, and they would pull a cohort of students during that content block. So we would have, 24 to 28 students capped. So that would minimize the sizes of the 4 of our classes. So if we chose that model, we would have, let's say we have 100 students. Let's say 20 of them were in the Spanish-speaking class, 20 of them were in the Somali-speaking class. That leaves 15 for the rest of us. During that time, we would kind of rotate our students through on a 10-day cycle. Again, what we teach, we could, let's say I'm teaching science. I would teach my science block for that 2 weeks, and then I would take Katie's class, and I would teach her class for 2 weeks. And then I would continue on and take the rest of the classes so that each of those classes got the same content. I have to prep less, but I'm a master of my content area.
I think that's our goal. I don't get a microphone. I think that's our goal in this, is to minimize the amount of prep that each teacher has to do. If we just leave it as a content block, then I have to teach social studies and science and health. But if we use the model like Ashley is recommending, then she literally teaches science, the same science, 4 different times, and so the prep is much less for each of the teachers.
All right, so in regards to the Spanish and the Somali component of things, they would still be teaching the Minnesota State Standards in science, health, and social studies. Now, their curriculum may be a little bit different because they have that language piece as well, and they're teaching in Somali or Spanish. But in regards to what they're teaching, they are still tasked with teaching the state standards. That's their number one job, along with teaching that language piece. So we do have curriculums available for that to help aid in that process, but the standards would be the driving force behind that. They would have that same cohort of students the entire time, throughout the entire year. Although the content block is for grades 1 through 5, the Spanish and Somali class would be for grades 1 through 4 due to time. So with having half-hour blocks, we only have time for grades 1 through 4 because they will have to travel between the buildings. So they would do grades 1 through 4, kind of like a win time model at Lincoln, have their lunch, their prep, travel to Jefferson, and do the same thing grades 1 through 4. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, in regards to the opting in component of things, I have a letter drafted that we would send to families in the beginning of the year during Meet the Teacher, talk about the content block. If they're excited and want their child to opt in to the Spanish or to Somali class, they can sign that letter, opt in. If we don't get a letter, they will automatically be put into the normal content block that all students would receive.
Mr. Chairman.
I want to follow up with one thing, since I asked it, and then I'll get to you, Director Woodrow. So what you're saying, from what I picked up here, is that you're teaching, in the content block, you're teaching the Minnesota standards, state standards, in science, social studies, and health, and with those students, but in their particular language, in Somali, in Spanish, or English, correct?
Yes, and if you are a native English speaker, you can choose to opt into that class as well.
Okay, good.
And I think it's important too to emphasize that we are teaching language as well. And so the regular classroom might not be learning the colors in Spanish or Somali or English, but we're going to teach them color names. We're going to teach them animal names. Like, we also are teaching language as well. So there's an added component in the culture and language class as well.
Director Boudreau.
Mr. Chair, well, the content block, can you explain that? Is that for the cohort? Is that?
Yep, so,
Explain the content. I don't
sure.
know what that is.
Yep. So at the district level, or as an administrator, we try to provide guidelines for classroom teachers in regards to how do we fit in everything we need to fit in during the day. So for example, we have about a 60 to 75 minute math block that it's kind of this framework of time where they're able to teach their math lesson. This is the amount of time that research shows should fit your curriculum, your mini lesson, whatever components of math there are. We do that for the literacy, for the math, for content, specials, lunch.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
No.
who is they? Is this the language classes? Is it the teachers? I mean, I want to hear how this impacts the teachers as well that are teaching their regular day.
Sure. So there are 400 instructional minutes in a day. So with those 400 minutes, we as administrators, or we as the district, try to determine how do we best fit our curriculum and the amount of minutes into the minutes that we have. So I do have an example I can provide you that kind of splits up how it makes the most sense to divide out the day. Right now, content does not exist within the day. We try to integrate content into literacy or into math, and our results are showing that's not working as well as it could, so we're trying to provide a new structure that would allow explicit science, social studies, and health instruction, which would be that content block. Those minutes came from lunch and recess. Right now, teachers are doing teacher-led recess, which is about 15 to 20 minutes. We also have about 10 to 15 minutes of Falcon time. So we are using lunch and recess more efficiently, combining the two. It's still some part of teacher-led recess, but pairs are transitioning their classes out after lunch, and then teachers meet them outside to finish teacher-led recess. So we're having to get those minutes from somewhere to put them somewhere else.
In the past, I think it has been kind of up to the teacher how much science and social studies and health that they kind of squeeze into their day. And as a former teacher, reading and math came first, and so then I was always tempted to say, oh, we don't have time for science today. This allows an intentional chunk of time every day that's built into their schedules to actually say, you know what, we're going to prioritize science and social studies and health at the elementary level.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I have a lot of questions, but so then when you're doing your content block with your language and culture programs, are the teachers in the classrooms, how does that work when they come back to the classrooms and how do we work this piece so that the teachers in the classrooms are not doubling on their coursework, or that there's not a disruption there? I mean, I just want to know how it dovetails together from the classroom, the teachers working in the classrooms, and now they're losing a bunch of students every day. I want to know how that works.
So it's very much like the win time model. So you pool the whole grade level together and you figure out what they need. So if it's the Somali language class, you go to that class. If it's the Spanish language class, you go to that class. And then the rest of our students are divvied up between science, social studies, and health. So within that 30 minutes, you learn the content, you go back to your classroom, and then you continue on with your day in whatever other area you're focused on.
No matter which class you're in, you're still getting the standards. You're still getting science. You're still getting social studies. So it's just delivered in a different language.
Okay. I just want to know about, it sounds like we're doing this at the noon time, and the disruption would be maybe lessened, or not as much distraction from, I'm hearing from teachers in the classroom concerned about one more release time, one more thing, we're going to have distractions, kids are coming and going, and it's hard to keep kids on focus on the topic. That is what I'm hearing. And I just want to know how we work with them, because we need to really work with them. They need to be part of this. Everyone needs to be part of this, because the success is based on the cooperative effort of all of us. And I think sometimes that's missed. It feels kind of rushed to me because we haven't known about it for very long. And that's where I'm at. And I think it may feel that way to some other people too, even though you have known about it a long time and have been working on it. That is where I'm at right now. That's what the information I want to hear. How do we make it work with everybody?
So the content block change was introduced to staff during our April Falcon Day. So that's when Jefferson and Lincoln introduced that this is a change in your instructional minutes for next year. In regards to the how you do it, that's up for whatever your grade level feels is best for your grade level. If you want to teach your students science, social studies, and health, the entire to your group of students, that's totally fine. If you want to become a content expert, like I explained with the four of us, you can do that as well. So in regards to, we are doing the content block so that we ensure that we're meeting state statute and that we're teaching the standards. So that piece is new and that's intentional for a reason. The language and culture component is the addition piece, and it would actually alleviate some of the stress from teachers because they would have smaller class sizes, they wouldn't have any sort of prep, they wouldn't have to grade those students. The language and culture teachers would be the ones in charge of measuring those state standards per the report card and things like that. So if anything, this would alleviate some teacher stress, allow for more planning time, less students in their class, and things like that.
I do hear the transition concern, though. As a teacher, yes, more transitioning, that does take minutes. But what I have learned in the classroom is students almost always rise to the occasion. And when we have high expectations of them, they meet those expectations. So really working, Ashley is masterful at coaching teachers and how do we make these transitions the best that they possibly can be. And I think I have faith in our teachers and our kids that we can do it.
Mr. Chairman, one more question.
Go ahead.
So Principal Ashley, are you going to be teaching this yourself?
I would love to.
It sounded like you said I would teach, so I just wondered if that was one of your roles.
It is not my current role. I absolutely love to get in there and do the teaching. I do speak Spanish, so I would love to get in there. I will be coaching the teachers. That is definitely part of my role, is to be in there and to help facilitate this. I'm very much not wanting to do it to people. I want to do it with them. So that's why there's some loops on the structure of how we want the content block to work, because every team is different, and we want to make sure that we're maximizing their abilities and meeting their capacity and things like that. So it's very much a team effort. It's not a me doing it to them.
Just wanted clarity, because I know the role of principal is very demanding, and just had to ask.
I do like my boots on the ground.
Yes.
Director Steves.
So, do you have more to your presentation that you wanted to share with us? I don't. Okay, so like all of our programs, I think it's important that we think critically and ensure that our resources are being used effectively. I've heard from lots of members of our community, constituents and staff, others, who largely support adding this program, this optional program, but they've raised some questions, considerations. So I think some of this has been answered, and I'm going to follow it up with my own follow-up questions, so I'm going to take a while. So one of the questions raised, would we be having this level of discussion if the proposed program was focused on a different language or culture? I think that question is really compelling, given the number of folks that showed up to our school board meeting. What are the long-term goals of this program? How do they align with our district's broader objectives? Kindergarten readiness, reading for proficiency, demonstrating middle grade math, and high school graduation. I feel like you've answered components of that. I, again, have some follow-up nitty-gritty questions. How will this program affect the capacity of our teachers and staffs? Again, you've started to, I think, maybe just like a diagram of what a teacher's day looks like. Especially considering our early grade educators are working hard to cover the core subjects, maybe just like a more detailed description of how a teacher's workday works. What's the opt-in process for the language classes? My follow-up question for that would be, I'm not saying that I'm not interested as a parent, but if I was a parent that was not interested in language classes, would it just be assumed that my kiddos would be automatically enrolled in the, what are we calling it, content block?
Correct.
Okay. How are transitions managed during the day? What steps will we take if the program does not produce the results that we want to see? I think we as a district are, we have great ideas, but sometimes we don't get rid of things that aren't maybe working, so we're trying them long enough to produce something, but also the definition of insanity is keep doing the same thing. So importantly, and this is important to me as a school board member, but also a parent, how are we addressing class sizes, especially at one of our elementary schools where the current projections in 4th and 5th grade are exceeding 30 students in May, knowing full well that there will be additions throughout the year. I guess at the end of the day, many components of this program, my questions have been answered, barring a couple. I think I can support an optional program. I just really hope that we as a board, we as a district can give equal attention to addressing the class size concerns that, you know, me as a parent, many of our staff are feeling. That was one thing that I was thoroughly looking forward to with the reorganization is the equalization of class sizes. That was a really long time. Sorry. Could you just walk us through just like a teacher's day, what it would look like?
So can I speak to the class sizes piece? Because that seemed to be a big piece that you had questions about there. Mm-hmm. So first I want to be clear that if the board chooses to pass this, this is in addition to classroom teachers, not in place of classroom teachers. So by passing this, it will not increase or decrease the class size. Right? So when we reorganized back in January, we had a wonderful view of what our district was going to look like class size wise based off of the numbers that we had. We had our averages in place, and we showed the board those averages. 3 weeks later, we got word that Cannon River STEM School was looking to close. About a month after that, we got word they were closing. All right. In the last 2 months, we've had students enroll with us, which have changed those numbers, especially at our middle school and our elementaries. All right. Lincoln was our most populated elementary on purpose, just geographically by number of students. So that has been the school that has taken the biggest hit when it comes to class averages. So a couple things, and I apologize, this is a little bit of a long-winded answer, but I want to make sure you understand why and when we decide to make decisions around adding sections around class averages. So the first thing is we don't just decide like, oh, that class looks big, let's put another teacher in there. We actually have targets and we have evaluate numbers for every single one of our classes. So as we look through the elementary school, our target for kindergarten is 20 students. If our averages hit 24, then we evaluate about adding another section. All right. First grade and second grade our targets are 22. Our evaluate numbers are 24. Third and fourth grade, our targets are 24. Our evaluate numbers are 26 and 28. And at fifth grade, our target is 26 and our evaluate is 30. I would say those numbers are on the low side compared with other Big 9 schools, but that is what we settled on. When we go to sixth grade, 6th through 12th grade, our target is 26, with our evaluate being 32. Okay? With that being said, we just added a second and a third grade teacher to Lincoln that was posted last week. All right, that brings our average down to 22 and 23 for those respective grade levels. That average is at 23 and 25 at Jefferson right now. Okay, and this is as of, let me look at 3 days ago. So as of Friday afternoon. Okay. Currently at 4th and 5th grade at Jefferson, our averages are 23 and 24. At Lincoln, for 4th grade and 5th grade, our averages are 29 and 30. So we have now just hit that average number that causes us to evaluate. So we will be evaluating those numbers. I've been working very closely with Barbie Raisler, our Director of Finance and Operations. We've been talking about this a lot. We are still getting students that are coming to us from the STEM school and its closure. I truly believe, although I will not guarantee at this moment, but I truly believe it is not a matter of if we add another 4th and or 5th grade section, it's a matter of when we do it. And we just need a little bit more data, a little bit more data on enrollment coming into especially Lincoln for us to decide that. So that is on the horizon, but that is how we make those decisions. Does that help everyone?
I'm comfortable with that answer.
Sorry, that's
and
a very
I'm happy to hear
long-winded
that
answer.
actually.
I want people to understand there is a process to us deciding, because when we decide, yep, let's add another section at 4th grade, what we're honestly deciding is let's take at least another $85,000 out of our general fund. That's what we're saying.
Mr. Chairman, my
So
question is.
let's finish with Cassie.
I'm
So
sorry. Were you done, Cassie?
Could you just walk us through what a teacher's day would look like for the new content blocks?
I can try.
Okay.
Do you want an example of what it looks like on the day-to-day, or just the number of minutes for each thing?
I think I can follow along with either.
Okay.
I guess.
I have visuals too I can send to Jamie to send out. That might be a little bit more helpful. Just because I can talk at you, but sometimes when you don't see it, it's like I'm talking and, that's me anyway. So
We can also share the presentation from last time as well, because Ashley did add some things into those slides that give you more detail about a teacher's day, transition times, all of that, standards. Mm-hmm.
So for first, second, and third grade, let's pick a second grade class. 45 minutes of their day would be phonics instruction. So we have our new Bridge to Read curriculum. That is 45 minutes is needed to teach it with fidelity. Our language arts block, or our reading, writing, anything language arts related, we have 10 minutes for a read aloud, we have 10 minutes for a mini lesson, we have 15 minutes for a writing lesson. Our core, like what really moves the needle, is our small group instruction. So having small reading groups with students, that's 50 to 60 minutes. And then our win time, which is what I need in literacy, is 30 minutes. From there, there's lunch and recess, and that combined is 40 minutes. So about 20 minutes to eat, 20 minutes to play. And again, that Falcon time, that transition time is rolled into that as well. We have a 70-minute math block, 25 minutes for other, so other can be transitions or bathroom or anything that happens in life or during the day. 30 minutes for the content block. We do have a morning meeting every morning just to start the day off right, which we incorporate our second step social emotional curriculum. That's 20 minutes. And then every day there's 55 minutes of the specialist class, so art, music, PE, or STEM.
So, just to reiterate and hit it home, if I wanted my or if I didn't want my student to partake in the language class, and I don't want people to put words in my mouth that I don't want that, I would still be following the content block. My student would still be receiving science instruction in the new content block.
They would receive science, social studies, and health during the content block, but in English.
Okay. Everything except for language. If I do happen to want to opt my student in, they would be receiving science, social studies, health, and language instruction during 30 minutes.
Every day, yes.
Okay.
And I would just argue that a lot of our students will also be receiving language in the English portion as well. So that's, I don't want to leave that part out, so.
Everyone is learning the language of science, the language of social studies, and the language of health. Some will do it in English, some will do it in Spanish, some will do it in Somali. Yep.
Okay. Very vocabulary heavy.
Yes. Can I speak to your vision? What's our vision for the future? Ashley and I both received emails from the ASL community saying, you know, we have the deaf and hard of hearing in our community because of the Minnesota State Academy for the Deaf, and they said, what an opportunity for us to grow in the future, to add ASL to this too, as we have many, many students and families who are impacted and could benefit from learning that as well. And I thought that was really powerful coming from that community as well. So just thought I'd throw that out there.
Wonderful. All right, well, I appreciate you coming back. I appreciate this being turned from a decision to a discussion. I think it's really healthy for us to get our questions answered or somewhat answered. New and different is hard for even adults, so thank you.
So Director Boudreaux, do you have a follow-up you'd like to?
Well, I don't want to dominate the questions.
Like I just did?
I just wanted to know why now? Why the urgency? We have quite a complex changes to make, moving kids to new schools, bringing in new staff, trying to fit everybody in, and we'll have to eliminate probably that room where you could roll around on the carpet. And where are we going to put the reading partners? That's another room at Lincoln. I don't know how this all fits. I'm sure you figured that out, but I think there's just a lot of changes. We really haven't been able to evaluate yet our current immersion program. It just seems like a lot happening at once, and not everybody's happy with that. Change is hard no matter what we do. That reorg was hard, getting people to come along with that and hopefully now support that. We really need to be cheerleaders for our staff, and that means all our staff. And some of them aren't feeling the cheer right now. And so there's my
Thank you, I appreciate
question.
that. This really came from a lot of conversations with families. It actually started with the immersion program. our immersion program has been very successful. Our kindergarten, first grade scores are at the top of the district. Like, our students are doing really well with it. And our parents were like, but only 24 kids can do that. Like, I want my child in that, but we didn't win the lottery. We didn't get in. My child is learning their language or losing their language. How do I get this as well? We also thought about adding Somali immersion in because we want to be equitable across all of the communities in our community. And there just isn't curriculum for that nowhere in the United States. And so we were like, how can we incorporate more language learning for all the families that want this for their families, English-speaking families as well. And so that's how the conversation started, is just families asking us, how do I get this language in front of my children who are losing their language? And so talking with other districts, how do you do it? What should we do? And really finding St. Paul had a really strong model for that. Ashley and I have talked about how are we going to evaluate. We have lots of things that we still have to consider. How will we evaluate? I appreciated your comment about how will we know if this is working? How are we going to test to make sure kids are learning the language that we're putting in front of them? We have ideas we've thrown around, but we're going to have to do some research to find out what's out there. How do other districts evaluate the learning in this class as well? We want to make sure by the time they get to middle school that they have that Spanish or Somali 1 equivalency so they can keep on moving as they move through the grade levels. So we still have some more work to do and some more thinking to do about that. But that's where it originated, mainly coming from our families.
Mr. Chair, I haven't been asked once about expanding our programs in that area, so you'll have to understand. If you're hearing that, maybe you should let us know.
Okay. Thank you.
I feel kind of, to be honest, I feel kind of, I guess, disappointed that you've been working on this a long time and maybe not deliberately or intentionally, but I think if you want to have something successful, you need to bring the board on board. Bring the board on board.
So I just want to be clear that they have been working on this under my direction. So they weren't trying, there wasn't any secretive pieces around this. This has been something that we've been working on since, I want to say, January-esque. And I will state again, I did inform the board in February at the closed session around my evaluation and I named it, that we would be working on these pieces that we would look to bring to the board as enhancements. It was not brought in the first round of enhancements because we did not have an understanding of our full budget pieces, with the legislature being late and with the STEM school closing. And then a month later, we had a much better budget view. So that's why it was brought at a later date. So concerns for it not making its way to the board, please direct those at me, because that would fall under my purview.
Thank you. Let's move on to other directors here. Director Moore, do you have anything?
Yes, I do. I've got more comments, I guess, but we had asked to look at the curriculum, and what we received was the sample. It wasn't the curriculum. I think we need to look at the curriculum. And Mr. Benty, I just want to mention that I guess I agree with Director Bedros that we should have been informed a little bit more. One sentence isn't going to do it. You should have, I believe, we should have been informed sooner. And I think we should get the curriculum. What we got was a couple of samples. It wasn't the curriculum, and we had asked specifically, I know a couple of us, to see the curriculum. Some of the things too, what I'm concerned about, the students this was from Mr. Benty's letter, the students in immersion class, they pass the assessments such as MCI or ACT. This isn't true for this class. So that concerns me. And I think that was, I've got that in there. Yeah, it said, students in immersion could pass academic assessments like the MCA or the ACT in their immersion language. this is not true for this class. And
So just to clarify, the language that our immersion kids are, they're learning to be fully biliterate. So when I say that the MCA, that they could pass an MCA, the MCA is 100% academic language. Our kiddos that would be in this language and content class, they wouldn't be fully literate like our immersion. Our immersion kiddos are in that language all day, every day. Their fluency is greater. Our kiddos will be able to pass language assessments. They will be able to pass the MCA in English, but if they were to take that MCA in Spanish, that would be a lot more difficult for them because they're only getting 30 minutes a day. So that's that clarification. They will pass the MCA in English likely, just not in that second language that they're learning.
so why don't we just stick with the immersion classes? I guess that's my...
Because we can't teach as many kids in that model because we would literally have to add teacher after teacher because every student, every immersion class can only have 22 kids. With this class, we can have one teacher who could potentially teach 150 kids in a day. So we're only adding one teacher, but the number of kids that get that language instruction would be exponentially increased. So we get more bang for our buck. Kids leave elementary and middle school and high school with a functional use of the language. They could go to Mexico, they could go to Somalia, and they could use that language. Could they go to college in that language? That would be much more difficult. Our immersion kids likely could go to college in that language because they are fully literate and they've been to school all those years in that language. Does that distinction help?
Yeah, my question, I think it goes back to Ms. Bedreau there. How do we know that this is working? I mean, you've given me a few of those, but it's just, I think we need some more research on that. And I have actually got some research here and it only took me a few minutes because I think we need research on both sides. And this was from, they did actually, foreign language learning, and it was a review actually, and they did a systematic reviews plus a meta-analysis, which is really great. A meta-analysis is all of the studies on the topic, they come up with the statistic. So that's what we really need. Individual studies, as I said in my presentation at the beginning, we can't base things on just a couple of studies. You have to really do some research. And with this research, they said, we noted that that they found mixed findings as far as achievement levels. And this was, they looked at they did a systematic review and meta-analysis. I got it here if you'd like to see it. And one of the factors too was how it's taught. So, there's so many variables here, and we don't really know for sure if it's going to work. And so, in fact, the authors here said there needs to be more research. So that's one of the things. And then I'm going to get some elephants in the room here. But one of the things and I got lots of feedback from people, and I have to say, opposite to you, there was only one person that really wanted this class that was for it, except for today, and now there's two. And so I've got two. And here's some of the things that they're concerned about. And I, as a board member, I answer to the public, so it's my job to talk about what the public has expressed to me. One of the things they said, and one of the things too with the samples, they talked about culture. That area, was blank. I'd like to see what the culture is. And I think the problem that a lot of people are having is with the language cultural aspect, because you cannot separate language and culture and religion out. And that is a problem for some people. And I'd like to say it's the elephant in the room. I also think too that this may be favoritism and goes against the policy 102, which is equal education opportunity, and possibly policy 104. Some people have been saying to me, as voters and taxpayers, they've stated this. Many cultures, such as French, Swedish, and ASL, have been around a lot longer, and they haven't received, this kind of treatment. It's we are treating, or we're teaching, for instance, German. I think we eliminated that. French, Swedish, culture groups. Yes, this is a different. They've never been given those opportunities. And another thing too, I guess what they said is English is our primary language, according to a new executive order. And I guess I'm just having some problems with, people are afraid that our U.S. Constitution, our culture is going to be watered down, the American culture, the U.S. constitutional culture, and that's what they're concerned about. And it's not really fair dealing with people of German background, French background, the ASL, and I received a nice letter from somebody in the ASL community, and they weren't for this. I'm trying to think some other things. I don't know if there's if people, now you said it would be an opt-in, but is there segregation going to be a factor here? Because that's against the law. I'm trying to think. I want to make sure I get somebody said too, and I got a lot of responses. My great-grandmother taught herself English and forbid the children to talk Swedish because they took their citizenship seriously. She said, becoming a U.S. citizen requires allegiance to our Constitution and the values it is based on, and English is our national language. They are afraid that we are going to lose our culture, the American culture, the constitutional culture. And I guess lastly, I'm going to talk about two. We really don't know if this program works. And in our 2024 revised budget, and that's why I wanted to look at the revised budget before, the general fund, we're in the red, $666,000. All the funds together it's a $5.2 million. Now, am I confused on that? But that's what it looks like with the revised budget. I don't think we should be starting anything. I don't think we've thought enough of this. I thought about this enough. We were surprised as to when this it was presented to us. In fact, we were originally supposed to vote on it the same night, and I think that was wrong. And thank you, Chairman Bellingham, for moving it back a bit, because I don't think we're thinking, I don't think we've thought enough about this. I don't think we've taken the people, a lot of people, like I said, are not for this. I only got 2 people that were really for it, and I've got a whole stack here. And these are the concerns they're having. And I said, I'm going to put some elephant in the rooms, and I think we have to think about that. Another thing, the last point, $5.2 million, and we don't even know if the program works. I don't think we should add any more things to burdens on our teachers or on our taxpayers. And so I've spoken for the taxpayers. Thank you for listening.
Director Knudsen, do you have anything?
Yes. One thing, my understanding is that we've added an extra kindergarten immersion class. And so if people want to learn more language, I mean, couldn't we add a 3rd and a 4th section?
If we were to do that, we'd actually have to cut the kindergarten teachers we currently have. That would be the reality, because the student, and Mr. Benty, correct me if I'm wrong, but we were able to add that 2nd section because we had a kindergarten teacher that moved to a different grade level, so that allowed us to hire a new kindergarten teacher. So we really aren't interested in cutting people to add to the immersion program.
Okay. And then I'd like to know, like, what a teacher's schedule would be like. Like, what, how would that be that they would be half-day at Lincoln and half-day at Roosevelt. And so, like, they would start off with a class at 8:15 or?
I have an example. One second.
Sorry.
We've done so many iterations of this that there's a lot of tabs on that spreadsheet.
Okay, so for the language and culture class, let's say we have teacher A. So let's say it's a Spanish teacher. They would have class from 8:30 to 9, 9 to 9:30. So let's say 8:30 to 9 is first grade. 9 to 9:30 would be second grade. 9:30 to 10 would be third grade. And 10 to 10:30 would be fourth grade. They would then have travel time between 10:30 and 11 to get to Jefferson. They would have lunch from 11 to 11:30, which is in their contract, as well as 11:30 to 12:25 would be their prep time, also in their contract. Then from 12:30 to 1, they would meet with first grade at Jefferson, 1 to 1:30, second grade at Jefferson, 1:30 to 2, third grade at Jefferson, and then 2 to 2:30, fourth grade at Jefferson, which would allow them about a 25-minute window to support other duties as assigned.
Okay, so the Spanish teacher, the Somali teacher would be in a room and the students would shuffle in and out? Okay, okay, and then how many other school districts are using FLES, right?
I know St. Paul and Minneapolis are, both of
Okay.
them are. St. Paul has been really generous in helping us think through what that could look like for us, since we're not St. Paul, we're Faribault, and we're trying to make it our own program. But they've seen great success with their students in that program.
Okay, because like immersion programs, there's over 100 schools.
Yes, yes.
That are doing immersion programs. So we just have St. Paul and Minneapolis, no other?
That I know of. Those are the two that I've been talking to. There might be others in the state that I'm just not aware of. And we could get that information from MDE.
And how long have they been doing it?
Quite a while. They have had their Hmong and Spanish programs for years. The Somali program is new. I think they're in year 3 of their Somali program. But the Hmong, the Spanish, they have another language that they've done this with as well. They're doing language and culture and immersion. They do both as well.
Chinese, I believe.
Chinese.
Is another one.
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess I also am concerned about like, students moving to different schools and everybody settling in, and then to add this on top of it, that I would like to think that we would wait at least another year, is my thoughts on that.
Director Wolf.
You sure you don't want to sit down?
We're good.
I've been sitting all day.
You're lucky I'm not pacing. I'm a pacer.
Thank you, Chair Bellingham, and thank you to all the directors. Really good conversation, thoughts. Thank you to Superintendent Benty for answering the question that Ms. Steves had. Regarding the $5.2 million budget that you talk about, or the deficit, I think Ms. Raisler will likely talk about that in a little bit, hopefully before midnight, so we'll get there. But just to make sure I'm on the right track here, I mean, our district is nearly 1/3 Caucasian, 1/3 Somali, 1/3 Latino. I mean, within a margin, right? I mean, okay, thank you. So, Director Moore asks, or mentions an elephant in the room. I'll just ask an elephant in the room. Will religion be taught in this class?
No. I actually had a parent that stopped me out in the hallway, and she said, I would like to talk to the school board, because she said, my religion and my culture, they're not the same. She said, my culture invites you into my home and asks you to come in and have a meal with me. My culture tells you about my food. My culture tells you about the clothing and why I choose this clothing. My culture, like she went on and on and on about her culture and how that's separate from religion. I firmly do believe in separation of church and state, and any curriculum that I bring in will not have religion in it. I am a woman of faith, I will say that out loud, but I do not believe that my faith needs to be your faith. And so I do think that that is something that does not need to be included in our
Thank you,
curriculum.
and I'm glad we're on camera and it's taped so that the community can see that, because I do believe that is a fear of some, and so thank you for that. The question or the comment, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody if you have a different opinion than I do or come at it a different way, but the question or the comment was, why not now? I'll tell you what, I'm in my 11th year on the school board. I've got one more year left, a 12th year, and then I'm probably waving the white flag. Just time for somebody else. But our district has changed a lot. And I think there was a young lady that spoke up here. I really do applaud Superintendent Benty and your team to have the courage to do something different. And I'll challenge our school board. None of us sit up here and like the MCA test scores, and yet how often are we willing to do something different? Why not now? I spoke to Miss Director Steves the other day, who's heavily responsible for our Faribault Cares organization here in our community, which led to Little Scholars starting up. And my conversation to her was, why not now? Man, I wish we would have done that 3 years ago and not wait 2 years. So I would challenge, why not now? I'm willing to guess, and I could be vastly wrong on this, but I think our biggest problem with this is that we have a limit to this. I saw the amount of people sitting in here. You're telling me every one of these people don't want their child in that class, and yet we're going to have a lottery for it? I mean, that's going to be a problem if this passes and goes through. How do you deal with all the people that want to opt in, and we don't simply have the resources to do that? Here is a program that is fully backed and sponsored by our administration. I'm willing to support you to the nth degree on this because we're doing something different. Our demographics have changed. Our students have changed. I'll use an analogy as a basketball coach. I love to press, and pressing means I want to run the snot out of these kids and press 84 feet from baseline to baseline. But you know what? My team changes every single year. And if I expect to be competitive, Activities Director Gunderson's back there as he coaches. If I expect to be competitive every single year playing the same style, I can't do it in high school unless I can only recruit kids into my team. And I don't have that option. So I have to adjust to what I have on the court or on the field. And these are our students and these are our families. And so I would strongly suggest we look at doing something different. Director Steves asked a question, and I've just got it written down here, and I would just challenge you on this, and maybe St. Paul will give you some feedback. But truly, what does success look like after 1 or 2 years? How do we know we're making, improvements and going in the right direction? I'm a big believer that if it's not working, as I think it was you, Director Steves, or somebody else said, we need to pivot or we need to be nimble and cut bait and move on to something else, right? We will find out, but we'll never know unless we try it. And I will leave it with this. As we live in a society with AI and all this stuff, I think Director Moore, you mentioned change is hard, or somebody mentioned change is hard. Maybe it was Director Boudreau, maybe Director Knudsen. I'll challenge you this. The saying out there right now is change will never be as slow as it is today. You may believe it. I'll challenge you with it. So, Chairman Bellingham.
Thank you, Director Wolf. I'll wrap up the questions here if I may. So first of all, I hate to go back as a former teacher, but I have to here. So the content block, we go back, at one point, self-contained elementary teacher, I taught 9 or 10 things a day. You had your 2 reading groups, you had a math, maybe 2 math groups. I taught health. I taught social studies, I taught science. Yes, all in it might have been 20 minutes to a half hour, but that was it. I taught social studies, Minnesota history, 6th grade, blah, blah, blah. Also, at some point, had to do Phi Ed every other day in my early teaching career. Being a Phi Ed minor, that helped a lot, et cetera, da-da-da, right? Thank goodness I never had to teach music or art, so that was good. But I'm excited to see those 3 concepts being taught because My fear is we're losing out a generation or of too late, especially in in all three areas, health, science, and social studies. Maybe people would know about our Constitution if we taught social studies at a young age. Maybe people would know about our adventures into space, or how oil is changed to gasoline, grease, diesel fuel, etc., if we taught science. But all we're focused on is reading and math in elementary, because get those test scores up. I did a lot of teaching reading and language arts in science, social studies, and health in my elementary career. A well-rounded education, not just focused on those two things. So what I'm hearing, my question is going to be after my little rant there, was, from my understanding is, that content block will be taught to all students in those 30 minutes 3 times a week.
5 days a week.
5 days, okay, 5 days a week, okay. In either Spanish, Somali, or English. And kids can opt in to any one of those classes, but we're focusing on Minnesota State content standards. Even if we didn't have a language program, in my opinion, that's what should happen anyway in our day of our 400 minutes of instructional time with those. So my question is, once again, to affirm that it's the standards we're after. We're not teaching religion. We're not teaching anything. I would like to know, have kids tell me what crops are grown in Egypt, what crops are grown in Czechoslovakia, in Ukraine, in Cuba, in Jamaica. Okay, that's the global society we're at, right? And how all this works. So again, just confirm to me that yes, this is content area, this is standards, and we'll go from there, right?
Correct.
That's correct. Thank you very much. Okay. So with that,
Chairman Bellingham, can I say one more thing?
Oh, certainly.
I just publicly want to thank the families. I still have 3 of them sitting back here. They've waited all of this time. They have shown up. They have advocated passionately for their children. They want what's best for their kids. And so I applaud them for being here, and I thank them for the help that they've given us. Even if this doesn't pass, I have been blessed by being with them in this planning. I hope those of you who have questions, I have their names, I have their contact information. I hope you will sit with them and talk with them, because it's life-changing to see and talk with people outside of who you are and what your experiences have been. So please, I will connect you with them if you're interested in that.
thank you. Mr. Wolf, just remind me, you forgot one thing.
Yeah, one thing, Superintendent Benty, real quick, and I know it's not possible to be exact or precise on this, but if this is successful, should we implement this, do you believe that this would actually draw families to our community or to our school district?
Well, our immersion program is already drawing families.
From outside the district?
From outside of our district, yes. So we are already drawing families at quite a few, actually, from outside of our district that want to come in for our immersion program. So I think that's a very real possibility.
Okay, thank you.
So after this discussion, I have an announcement, and thank you very much here. At this point then, for notification to board members, I'm calling a special meeting for this topic only on Monday, June 2nd, 2025 at 4:30 p.m. It's right ahead of our work session on June, so it's a special meeting, and we will be voting. It will be an action item on the language and cultural classes. So
Mr. Chair?
once again,
Mr. Chair?
that special meeting is Monday, June 2nd, 4:30 p.m. Director Woodruff.
June 2nd a Monday?
Pardon me?
Is June 2nd a Monday? I thought
Yes, it
that
is.
was the graduation day.
That's June 1st in my calendar.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's June 2nd.
June 2nd is a Monday, correct?
Yes, June 1st is a Sunday.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you for that clarification.
Mistaken.
Okay, Director Moore.
will we be able to see the curriculum by that time?
We'll do our best to get it to you.
Yeah, we supplied what was given to us.
That was samples, yes, but we need the curriculum, and we've asked for that.
And what I'm saying is we supplied what was given to us. So we'll ask for more. I can't guarantee that they will give us more. So.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one question? It's a special meeting. That means there is not public comment?
That is correct.
Okay, just so that,
All special
so that's
meeting-
out there.
That's correct.
Okay.
Very good. Okay, moving on. Thank you all very much. Agenda item 10C, adding logos for our teams, a discussion. Activities Director, Mr. Shane Gunderson. Thank you for your patience in waiting on the 11th hour here, Mr. Gunderson. So,
Absolutely. So I guess what I'm asking is for us to be able to create a database of images of our mascot, Freddie Falcon, Falcon Head, to be able to use for our extracurriculars, clubs, etc.
so Mr. Gunderson, give us a little background on why you think that, do we have logos that aren't really school related? I know that over time here, a lot of different logos have been presented, correct? I mean, Mr. Wolf and I have this on. And
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just a little bit of the history. I know about 15 to 20 years ago, you settled with or worked with Jostens to get that specific logo. And I've had a number of coaches either ask or not ask and create their own logo. And so what I'm trying to do is kind of just create a database that we can all use that has a little bit more options, a few more options than that specific, because we don't, the elementary school, we have Freddie Falcon, but we don't really have a physical description or physical image of him that we can use either on t-shirts or warm-ups or that kind of stuff.
So the next question I will ask is cost, the almighty dollar here, right? So,
in working with Plaid Gorilla Design, it would be, to do kind of all of it was about $5,000 that would come out of either my budget or the high school budget.
So open up for questions for Mr. Gunderson.
I have a question.
Director Moore.
The basic line is, how will this affect achievement? I don't think it will, but have you thought about maybe having a fundraiser or something? Because with our budget the way it is, we can't even, like, if I had in the family budget, if we're in the red, you have to pull back. We can't be nickel and dime to death either. But have you thought about, just instead of asking for $5,000 from the school, that we could do maybe a fundraiser? And I'd be willing to participate in that, because I think we have to, at some point with our budget, say we've got to stop spending, because we're continually spending more than we're bringing in. And that, at some point, we have to say stop. And I think a family would have to do that. So I really am not for this like this, but I would be certainly participating in a fundraiser, because I think that would be great. And
Well,
so,
sorry.
that's where.
I think the idea is that by creating this database, that we would generate more revenue by selling more t-shirts, more memorabilia and things like that.
So we're gonna be actually selling this,
Yes.
selling all these things. It's not, because I guess I read through it and I didn't understand that.
So a couple
Because
things
I
to-
thought we were,
Yeah, a couple things just to clear it up. Shane's not here asking for $5,000. He has that portion of it covered. He's saying the cost will be $5,000 that will be taken out of either the budget that he currently has or the high
on
school
his budget that he already has.
Yes, so we're not asking for, he's not asking for an
For additional money.
No, not at all.
And you can sell some, right? And maybe we can all get on board and sell some things. Can we do that as a board? It's like, hey, would you like this? Because I know some alumni here, so.
Yeah, what I'm asking is for your blessing to create this database.
As long as we have no additional money, and that we can make money by selling this, and I will help. So get a hold of me.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have something? Ted, anyone else?
I just obviously work in a communications industry, and so I understand the importance of a streamlined communication process. Logos, $5,000 is a bargain for all that this Flag Gorilla is going to be providing. Yeah, I'm excited to see what they come up with. If you want my personal opinion, I think that isn't my Freddie Falcon.
Mr. Chairman.
Director Boudreau.
And Shane, when you come up with the images and logos, who makes the decision about which ones to go with, or have you already selected them?
No, I think that'll be the process. What we're looking to be able to do is June and July is create this and then come back for approval from the board. I think what we're looking at is maybe 3 to 5 images. You know, the costume Freddie Falcon that we have, very similar to that, with the side profile, a full body, you know, looking right at you, and maybe with some claws or whatever. You know, it's not going to be, we're not going to go nuts with this, but we want to then have one that we've settled on that then we could use for, you know, if we want to put him kicking a soccer ball or swimming or any of those kind of things. So then it's standard with everybody, and it's, you know, we have just one, and we're not picking from, you know, a bunch of different ones. So
Maybe he'd be doing the high kick.
could be doing the high kick, absolutely.
I think that's creative ideas. I like that. And I'm sure you'll have people that you can consult with as to which ones are the finalists.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead,
Mr.
Director Wolf.
Gunderson, my only question to you is whether you settle on 3 or 5, you know this question's coming. How in the heck are you going to keep people to just 3 or 5 when they won't stick to what we have approved today?
Well, I think that's the idea, that we create these with that group so that in 15 years from now, they're still the same.
Right. Keep in mind, our coaches, as you know, change quite often.
Right.
And so when we get a new coach that comes in and says, well, I don't like any of these 3 or 5, I'll go out and create my own, like what took place last year.
Right.
What are we going to do about it?
Well, part of this proposal is to lay out and say, so that if I've gone 3 to 5 years, that this is in place for the next activities director to say, here's what we're using, this is our brand, this is what we have, and settle on that piece. And so then there's no more questions.
I can support it as long as we truly do that.
Right, yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Mr. Gunderson, I applaud you for coming to the board and asking just their opinion and saying, and I say go for it. Do that. I like to be uniform and in every way and not have different logos out there. So yes, please do that. So I'm pretty sure that when I see the consensus among board members nodding, so we'll go from there. So you might as well stay right there, and we'll move on to agenda item 10D.
Yep.
Consider approval of Resolution 25-30, the 2025-2026 resolution for membership. Is there approval of resolution, or is there a motion for approval of Resolution 25-30, 25-26 resolution for membership in the Minnesota State High School League? Do we have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Thank you, Director Wolf, and do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Steves. And discussion. As you see on board book, board members, we have the application and the letter from the, I believe was the
State High School League.
membership letter, yes, from there. So discussion,
I have some questions.
Director Moore.
Okay. I noticed now regarding the MSHSL policy, they're adding to their mission and educational opportunities grades 9 to 12. And now they're moving into grades 7 and 8. Is that correct? From what I can see on the letter here?
My understanding, Director.
It says, the league will expand its mission to provide educational opportunities through fine arts and athletics to all students in grades 9 to 12, as well as some in grades 7 and 8. What are we talking about with grades 7 and 8?
So the 9 to 12 piece was an insurance piece to cover ninth graders because they currently were not covered under the State High School League and had to be covered under a separate policy, district by district. The 7th and 8th would be, and correct me if I'm wrong here, like my son is a 7th grader who shoots trap. So he is part of the high school, Minnesota State High School League trap team as a 7th grader. So he would fall under that auspice there. Is that?
That's correct.
So it'd be like trap, robotics,
Baseball.
But
Wrestling.
Yeah, It also varsity sports.
Okay.
I mean, like, my daughter's a seventh grader, she plays varsity sports, so while as a seventh grader, she does fall under the state high school league guidelines.
I do have, is it true that the OCR, which is Office of Civil Rights, or the office, that we're being investigated in the Minnesota State High School League along with California Interscholastic Federation, it's a CIF, for violating Title IX and anti-discrimination laws? By allowing, I'm going to read this, by allowing males and female sports and in female locker rooms and showers. What is the status of Minnesota at this point regarding that? And I guess what are the ramifications for Faribault Public School?
So as I've stated before, Faribault Public Schools is currently in a waiting pattern to see what the outcome will be between the federal government and the state government. My understanding is that the state of Minnesota launched a preemptive lawsuit against the federal government over concerns around transgender sports due to its violation of state statutes and state civil rights pieces. So we are honestly just waiting to see what the fallout of that is, which will most likely take place in the courts.
Yes. So I guess that's my question. The next question is there going to be lawsuits by parents or students who disagree with this policy, and or parents of children who have had their child injured or possibly lose scholarships to male athletes? That's kind of a question that's up in the air. I guess to me this is not fair to our female athletes and is a form of discrimination due to the fact that female athletes are playing in an uneven playing field. Because no matter, I do know, I've seen research where it says that even if they start taking, hormone treatments or whatever, males, they still have more muscle mass. So we're looking at possibly children being hurt, and I know some of them, they've had brain injuries. And, they're playing at the risk of injury, and I'm concerned about the students' health and also the fact that scholarships may be taken away from them because of the male athletes competing in this same female athletes, with the female sports. So that's my concern.
Last call for discussion of Resolution 25-30, membership, for approval of membership in the Minnesota State High School League.
Mr. Chairman?
Director Boudreau.
The resolution has a misspelling in the school. Or maybe we can correct that if it's not I don't think we need to put it up. But I too have concerns with some of the sports issues. We have a pitcher that's killing it in a metro school, and that team cannot lose. But this is a decision each athlete makes, and I want to make that clear. If you're part of this league, we're part of it. I think we need to be part of it, but it's a decision between the student, parents, and whether they play the sports. They have to be fully aware. And that's my remark.
Could we have a roll call, please?
Do we need to
It's a
correct-
resolution, so it is a roll call anyway.
Do we need to correct that spelling?
Is it in public?
Yeah.
We'll correct that.
Supposed to be.
Yeah, looks like, we'll take care of that. Okay? So, Ms. Steves, will you do a roll call on Resolution 25-30, please?
Linda Boudreau?
Aye.
Candace Knudsen?
Aye.
Linda Moore?
No.
Cassie Steves, aye. Chad Wolf?
Aye.
John Bellingham?
Aye.
Passes 5-1.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 10E, consider approval of the fiscal year 25-26 ice arena contract. Could I have a motion for approval of the fiscal year 25-26 ice arena contract, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Director Boudreau. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Knudsen. And discussion, I think first of all, just turn it over to Ms. Raisler and Mr. Gunderson on this.
As far as discussion goes, the agreement is not anything different than what has been approved in years past. So the rates are the same and dates are updated and those kinds of things, but otherwise nothing has
being the board representative for the ice arena committee or whatever, this was presented, and it's standard. It's the same as what we've done for many, many years there, et cetera. Discussion. Discussion? Last call for discussion. Hearing none. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 10F, consider approval of the fiscal year 24-25 final revised budget. Could I have a motion for approval of the fiscal year 24-25 final revised budget, please? Thank you, Director Boudreau. Second by Director Wolf. And discussion. So, Ms. Raisler, I'll let you turn it over to you, and you can go from there, and then we'll have questions.
Thank you, Chair Bellingham. So in your board packet information, you do have the presentation for the 24-25 budget revision. Again, this is a little bit different from what has happened in past years. I've decided not to do a revision and then a final. We'll just do one revision, and that is all that's required by GASB statement. So the packet then was reviewed by the Finance Committee, and I'll just kind of briefly go through the information that is within this document that you have. So we do list, this is called Budget Book, and so we do give a little bit of information regarding the district, who we are, and just different pieces of information. On page 2, you'll see our school board, our district administrators, and then on page 3, you're seeing our school administrators. On page 4, we start to talk about some of the budget revision highlights, and I'm happy to take questions, but I'll try and complete a page, and then if we can have questions at that time so that we can answer them while they're being asked, or however you would like me to do that.
I guess I would like to go, if it's okay, I would like you to go through your presentation. We can ask questions at the end.
Will do.
That way we don't word walk
Okay,
too far.
fantastic. All right, so the page 4 talks about our general fund, and it talks about, it highlights some of the revisions that we're doing. So some of the highlights include updating our titles 1 through 4, and this is a standard practice. We did have updates for different revenues that we have from years carrying over. So you're going to see an increase in our revenues for titles 1 through 4 of about $441,000. Federal special education also increased in revenues, as it was not included in the in the adopted budget, and so that amount has been included now that we have a more clear vision of what those federal special education revenues will look like. State aid for READ Act, and also some grants that we've received. Now that we have received those funds and understand what those funds are, there's an increase of $208,550, and then we have some miscellaneous items, if you will. They might be gifts or donations or what have you that have occurred since the beginning of the fiscal year, and that amounts to almost $170,000. On the flip side then, in the expenditures, we do have increases there as well. So we do have an increase to our benefits, and this is due to some contract settlements, some changes in health insurance, whatever it might be, and that is $1.17 million. We talked about the revenues for Title I through 4. We also have expenditure updates, Title I through 4, and you'll see that the increase to the expenditures is $375,000 roughly. So it's less than what we're increasing the revenues. Our capital and LTFM, we kind of touched on that a little bit already. We just have more costs in the projects that we're doing, especially with some of our LTFM that is not related to the HVAC projects. So it's just other LTFM expenditures that we have. And then we've got just a total for others, such as purchase services, salaries, supplies, etc., and that comes to about $70,000. I think this next line is important for all of us to remember. So the unassigned fund balance has been re-projected to be $8,285,375, or 13.14% of our expenditures. Please remember that our minimum fund balance for the unassigned is 9.5%. What was originally projected when the adopted budget was approved in June, is a fund balance of $6,703,584, or 10.92% of the budgeted expenditures. So we are looking at a much higher fund balance to end the fiscal year. On page 5, and I gotta keep pace here, sorry, excuse me. On page 5, this is our food service fund. That's our Fund 2. And some items to note is I was blown away when I came to this district and learned that we provide meals and snacks to 14 sites. So our food service program is just knocking it out of the park. Very impressive. I did add an additional $108,723 in expenses for equipment and supplies. And then we also updated our meals by about 2.5%. The reason for the increase in expenses to food service is that our fund balance is too high. We have too much money in our food service fund balance. The state has told us how much we are allowed to have. After COVID, it was upped from 3 months of reserve to 6 months of reserve, and we exceed that 6 months of reserve. And so I've had to fill out paperwork already this year explaining how we plan to spend down that fund balance. And so that's why our expenditures are going to definitely exceed our revenues. It's planned spend down. Just for additional information, there has been talk of lowering that fund balance amount back down to 3 months, but at this time it seems like they're going to hold us at 6 months for FY26. So, because many schools are in the same situation, they are also kind of being a titch more lenient on what they will allow us to use the money on. For example, we can now buy cafeteria tables using food service dollars. Otherwise, that is not a normal expense that we could use. Even though it's in the cafeteria, it's for food service, we can't use food service dollars to purchase those. So we have updated most of our buildings. We, asked the sites if they wanted, updated lunch tables, and most of the sites did, or at least got, full. Might not, swap out all of them, but at least got additional tables or upgraded tables for our uses. The remodel at McKinley, we will see additional expenses there, and I did report that to the Minnesota Department of Education, that those are expenses that we do plan to have. That's not included here because we will not have that work completed within FY25. That won't be until next school year. So just if you're wondering what we're doing with that project. Community education didn't change a whole lot. There were some modifications to grants, both up and down for expenses and revenues, so that changed about $44,000. Building construction, we did increase the expenses for our HVAC construction progress, and that is an increase of about $575,000. But we also increased our revenue because we've already earned more interest than what was originally budgeted at the beginning of the fiscal year. So I'm guesstimating what our interest might look like by the end of the fiscal year. Our debt service fund, this is the fund that's used to pay off our principals on our bonds, so principal and interest on any outstanding debt that we may have. And our expenditures increased by about $31,000. What's also included in here are any fees that we incur from the banks or from financial advisors, whatever that might be. Internal service fund, this is our self-insured health insurance. We are aware that we have claims that are far exceeding our revenues, and so we do have a fund balance for this, obviously. But we are noticing that fund balance is depleting. The way that we rectify that is that we did increase insurance premiums for next year. They will be increasing by about 15%. Our irrevocable trust fund, that's the district share of retiree insurance payments, and that did not change significantly. The next page talks about our enrollment. So this shows what our enrollment is doing to date. I have shown 10 years beginning in fiscal year 19, and so you're seeing that we know that we're in a steady decline. We have been. We've talked about it. And so for fiscal year 25, we budgeted on 3,029 ADM. At this point in time, because of the increase that we've had in enrollment from STEM, as well as our natural grade progression that our cohort survival progression that we have, I'm guesstimating that we'll have about 3,057 ADM next year. We will see a decline again according to what we're seeing for numbers for fiscal year 27 and 28. Page 7 is just a reminder of the information that was shared with you in June of 2024 when talking about the adopted budget for fiscal year 25. So there's nothing different on these pages than what was presented in June of 2024. So it's showing what our unassigned fund balance was at the beginning of the fiscal year, how much we anticipated for revenues and expenditures, any transfers that may have happened from one fund balance to another, and then what the projected year-end fund balance was. And again, that was $6.7 million or 10.92% of our expenditures. And you can see that at that time, we knew that expenditures were going to exceed revenues. Each of the funds that are listed then after that are restricted funds, and you'll note that some of them actually didn't have an appropriate fund balance code because at the time that this was created, the state had not created those codes for us. So some of that information might look a little different if you're trying to compare this page to the revised page. So I just wanted to point that out. So in total for Fund 1, we had a beginning fund balance, all funds. So unassigned, restricted, non-spendable, assigned, whatever it might be, of $8.971 million. Our revenues were projected to be $62,299,014. Our expenditures then were exceeding our revenues, and then you can see our end of year projected balance, and then the net increase or decrease. And so what was approved in June of 2024 was to have expenditures exceed revenues, $275,400 for Fund 1 only. Page 8 then provides still the adopted budget for fiscal year 24, but all the other funds. So Fund 2 is our food service fund. We were anticipating to have an increase in Fund 2. Community Services Fund 4, all the different fund balances that we have in Fund 4, such as community education, early childhood, school readiness, ABE. So you will note that not all of those fund balances were approved at a positive amount. We did anticipate that we would have expenditures exceeding revenues at that time. Our construction fund, we had anticipated that our fund balance would go down as it should. Construction fund will eventually go to zero as it should. So we got all of our money in fiscal year 24. So we got like $11 million in fiscal year 24. And now for the next few years, then we spend that down to zero. So our expenditures will always exceed our revenues in the construction fund. That is how it works. That's by design. Our debt service fund, that's where, again, we pay off our bonds. So our principal and our interest to our bonds and whatever fees there might be for doing that work. The internal service fund, or our self-insured health insurance, at the time of the proposed budget, it was projected that we would increase that fund, and we know as we're going through the year that is not happening. We are not adding to our internal service fund or our self-insured health insurance. Our OPEB, or revocable trust, again, that's the retiree portion. We had anticipated to have a negative 268,000 expenses exceeding revenues, yet our fund balance would still be at $2 million. So what was proposed in June of 2024 came out to be a negative $3,971,107 of expenditures exceeding revenues. So that was already planned. The next few pages then talks about our revised budget. So what we are seeing now is our new beginning fund balance. So the audit happened. So the fiscal year 24 audit happened. We now know what our unassigned fund balance is, and that is $8,949,626, which is 14.19% of our expenditures. Whoop, I went too far. Does that say revised?
Yep.
Oh, good. I can't see that far. Okay, and I drive. So that was 14.19% of our expenditures. Our revenues then in the unassigned are projected to be 48 million, and our expenditures are projected to be 48 million, with a slight increase there. So at the end of the year, what I'm projecting our fund balance for the unassigned will be is $8,995,283. That's for unassigned. I'm going to come back to that after I explain the rest of these. We do have all of then the restricted funds, like we talked about before. So we have our student activities and our staff development, everything that has a category. Most of these restricted are not allowed to go into deficit. You will see that we're showing that we're going to go into deficit for a few of these. That's not allowed. So what happens then at the end of the fiscal year is anything in one of these restricted, not allowed to go into deficit, is then put into the unassigned. So we do entries so that none of these fund balances that can't be below zero, we put that into the unassigned, affecting that total amount then. So what you're seeing for a subtotal of restricted is a negative $711,908. And that, for the most part, those cannot be negative. So we'll do entries at the audit time to move those into the unassigned. We also have our non-spendable and our assigned funds and then our total general fund. So what's happened to date then? We know that we're starting with $10,887,000 in all of our fund balances in the general fund. So that includes our restricted, our unassigned, everything. Our revenues are $63,820,000. Our expenditures are $64,486,000. However, our projected fund balance, and again, fund balance is like our savings account, that is at $10,221,000, or a new net decrease of $666,251, and that's in the general fund alone. The next page then, just like what we talked about before, goes on to the other funds that we have. So in food service, we've already talked about how we need to spend down the fund balance. What you're seeing here is an updated revision then, that's redundant. An update that talks about our beginning balance, what we have for revenues, and the increase in expenditures. So now our expenditures are slated to be larger than our revenues by about $145,000. In community services, you will see updates as well. Again, there wasn't a large increase or decrease, or the net effect wasn't very large, but you're seeing then community education, early childhood, school readiness, adult basic ed. So while the expenses may be greater than what the revenues are, we still have positive fund balances in community ed totaling about $1.1 million when taking all of those into account. The construction is just updated for the dollar values in both revenues and expenditures. We are trying to spend down that. Again, the end goal for a construction fund is to be zero when all of the projects are done. Debt service, we are actually increasing our revenues over our expenditures from what was originally projected. Our internal service fund, we know now that we have more claims than the revenue coming in. We're projected to end the year at about a $600,000 fund balance. And again, we are taking precautions with that by increasing the premiums for our self-insured. And then our OPEB irrevocable trust, our expenses are going to increase to be more than our revenues by $63,000. However, we still have $2.3 million in that particular fund balance. So when we look at the total of all funds, we started the year with $25 million in fund balance. We're going to be bringing in roughly $78 million. We're going to spend about $83.5 million. And we're going to end our fund balances at $19.935 million. While that is a net effect of expenses over revenue of $5.3 million, the vast majority of that is in our construction fund, because that is a $4 million decrease, which is on purpose. And then also our food service fund, which we are intentionally spending down. Page 11 is just another way to look at our fund information, our expenditure and revenue data by fund. So on the top, we're talking about our revenues, and we've laid them out by different types of sources. And then going across the top, we just have labeled each fund. So in the general fund, our local property taxes will be about $9.7 million. We don't have local property taxes for food service, but we do for community education, and that's going to be about $437,000, while our debt service is 1.9, almost $2 million. Other local and county revenues, that would be anything like a tuition from another school district, any type of miscellaneous revenue, grants, interest, those different kinds of things. So you can see then for each fund as you go across how much we're anticipating to have in revenues in each one of those funds. So almost $2 million in the general fund, $316,000 in food service, $2.7 million in community service, $250,000 in the building, nothing in the debt service fund, $2.9 million in the internal service fund, and $145,000 in the irrevocable trust. Our revenues from state sources, so this would be our aids that we get from the state, and potentially grants that we get from the state. Again, that's where the vast majority of our dollars come from. $48.5 million in general fund, $168.5 in food service, $1.7 million in community ed, and $521,000 in debt service. And then our revenues from federal sources, and this is quite a decrease than what you have seen in years past because we are now done with ESSER dollars, so there's no more COVID funding. And you can see those amounts, I don't need to read them to you. So the total revenues then are listed for you in total for all of our funds, as well as then broken out by each fund. The expenditures then are broken out by program area. So in the general fund is where you're going to see the majority of the data. So our administration expenditures are $2.4 million. Our district support services, $1.9 million. Our regular instruction, as it should be, is the highest. That's $25 million, approximately. Vocational education instruction, $750,000. Special education instruction, $15.757 million. Community education, that will only be in the community service fund, and that's about $5.8 million. Our instructional support services, $5.4 million. Pupil support services, $6.8 million in general fund, $3 million in food service, almost $144,000 in community services. And then our sites and buildings, that's our capital and our LTFM, and that's $6.2 million in the general fund and almost 4.3 million in our construction, or building fund construction. Then we have other fixed costs and different pieces, and that's going to be very small in the general fund. That's only $315,000, but it's large then in our debt service fund where we're paying off our bonds. Our internal service fund is about 3.3 million, and then our irrevocable trust 208,000. So you're seeing then the total expenditures for each fund as well as the all government funds. We are showing that our expenditures are going to exceed our revenues in all funds by 5.3 million, and then it does list out by fund how much our expenditures will exceed our revenues. Below that then, we are listing our fund balances for each fund, where we began the year and where we anticipate to end the year. So we're going to start the fiscal year 25 million in all funds, and at the end of the year, we plan to have 20 million in all of our funds in the fund balances. Page 12 then talks about, this is just a visual for you to understand how our monies are received. So in the pie chart, you're seeing that the vast majority of our dollars are received from the state. We get about $48,500,000, or 76% of our revenue comes from the state. 6%, or 3.6 million, comes from federal. The local property taxes, 9.7 million, or 15%, and then other local and county, and that's not quite $2 million, or 3% of our total revenues. Page 13, that shows our expenditures broken out by program type. So I'll start at about 12 o'clock there. Our first one is our pupil support services, and that's 6.8 million, or 11%. Our sites and buildings, that would be our capital and LTFM, that's 6.2 million, or 10%. Fiscal and other programs in the general fund, this will always be quite low, and that's only 315,000. It actually calculates out to 0% because it's such a small amount based on the total. Our administration is 2.4%. 2.4 million, or 4%, which you may remember from the audit review is quite a bit less than the state average. Our district support services, 1.9 million, or 3%. Our regular instruction, as we want it to be, is the lion's share, and that's almost 25 million, or 39%. Our vocational education instruction is 750,000, or 1% of the total expenditures. Special education is 15.7 million. Our instructional support services, 5.4 million, or 8%. The last page just gives a shout out to the finance team. They are a great group of people that work their tails off, and I'm just tickled to be part of the team with them, and I'm really thankful for Brett and Kim, Jill, Delilah, and Brenda. So I will entertain any questions anyone has.
Thank you, Ms. Raisler, for excellent work. Maybe have some water, catch your breath after all that.
It's probably not a bad way to.
So for questions, I'll start off with Director Wolf.
Thank you for that fun stuff.
Oh, you know it.
School finance is complex. I remember in my first year on the board, people telling me school finance is complex. It is complex. And thank you for going through this. We had a speaker here tonight referencing some numbers, and I just want to caution, and we have to peel back the onion, and I think you did that very well, so thank you. Can we quickly, NASCO, can you go to page 4 real quick, please?
Oh.
Just a couple, or you're doing it?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, thank you. Page 4, right there, under the other. There's a comment there that says unassigned fund balance reprojected to be at 8.2, which is roughly 1.5 million or so more than the 6.7.
Correct.
Can you just walk us through, and I apologize, I had to step out real quick, but maybe you mentioned it, but if we're deficit spending 5 million and change, how do we have our unassigned fund balance go up by 1.5 million?
So the main reason is because of last year. So our audit came in better than
Okay.
what we had anticipated. We came in about 2 million more than what we had the previous year. And so the projections that were done in June, obviously our audit was not yet done. So we're starting off at a higher value than what we had originally anticipated.
Perfect, thank you. Then if you go to page 11, just to reiterate, over on the left, or the second column from the left, the first one with numbers shows that we're going to deficit spend 5.29 million, right? As you move over, as you mentioned, by design, this isn't something that we're unaware of. This is by design. We are spending $4 million out of our construction fund.
Yeah.
Our
Yes.
goal is, we started with 11 million.
Yes.
Our goal is to get to zero.
Correct.
I just want the public to know that we had a speaker tonight tell us we're deficit spending what shows 5 million, and she estimated closer to 7 million.
Correct.
This is by design. This is not something that came out of left field
Correct.
or anything like that. We have a handle on our finances.
Correct.
The newspaper went home tonight. This is taped. I hope she picks this up later this evening. This is important for our community to see that we know what we're doing with our finances.
Correct.
The one area is the internal fund, which is our self-funded insurance, $372,808 is what we're projecting. Healthcare costs across the country are higher than anybody anticipated this year.
Absolutely.
Does that continue? We don't know. We have a reserve for that, and I just want that to be on record, that that is stated. Then also, can you go to page 9 real quick, please? At the very, almost the very top where, the first column, once again, where it shows numbers, second column from the left, if you will, but 14.19%. This is my 11th year on the board, as I've stated a couple times this evening. I do not remember at any time in my 11 years on the school board our fund balance ever being that high. That is the highest we've ever had due to budget cuts, due to reallocation of resources. I believe, I could be wrong, I'm getting older, but historically we've been above 9.5%, but not a lot. I mean, maybe between 9.5 and 11.5%. Mr. Bellingham, you're nodding your head. You're in your 7th year on the board, I believe. So anyway, I just want to point out, from a fiscally responsible savings account standpoint, this is the highest that I can remember in 11 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, to that point,
Go, Director Boudreau.
what is the recommended percentage for districts to have? I thought it was up 15%.
That's going to vary by whom you ask. So our board has said 9.5%. At my time when I worked at Ellers, we did many rating calls, and that's to indicate what your grade is as far as what type of a loan you could get, how safe you are, and those kinds of things. Moody's, Standards & Poor's, both are fine with whatever your board has determined to be the minimum fund balance. When it goes below that, that's when they're concerned. So some districts might have an 8%, some districts might have a 20%. It is all based on what the board is comfortable with, what the auditors recommend, and what the philosophy of the district is as far as what makes the most sense for a minimum fund balance. That's a very vague way to answer your question, but there isn't a magic number.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, I just remember reading that when I first came on the board. There was a recommended, I believe it was 9 to 15. I mean, and I don't know who recommended it, but how long will the 9.5% that this board apparently designated, how long does that fund us if we are
35 days.
35 days? Thank you.
Further discussion, Director Moore.
Yes, I just want to ask, okay, coming off of Ms. Maduro there, 8% would be kind of a like, no, right? But we're at 9%, but the higher we go,
The more money
better.
we have.
And we're only at what?
And it doesn't necessarily, I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's better, because what is our philosophy? Is our philosophy to be a bank? Is our philosophy to have enough money to spend to ensure that our students have the tools they need,
Correct.
our staff, et cetera? So our minimum fund balance is to ensure that we're at a level where if the state fell apart, or whatever, and we lost our funding, how long can we last? Can we still make payroll? Can we still, can we take care of our folks that we need to? If we had a roof issue, can we afford that without, having to borrow or whatever it might be? So
What have we been getting, what is it, 9.5 for the last few years?
That's our
9.5 is our board policy.
That's the
Today, we're at
policy.
14.19%.
Yeah, okay, so we're at 9, okay, thank you.
Yeah, 9.5 is our minimum.
Okay.
Yep.
And you said that, I think it's on page 5, the serving meals, you had said 14 sites, and I'm trying to think, what sites are they?
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. High school,
Yeah, I know, yep,
okay, middle school,
yep,
Jefferson,
mm-hmm,
Lincoln,
yep,
McKinley,
mm-hmm,
Roosevelt,
yep,
ALC,
okay,
STEM charter,
STEM, okay,
Discovery,
okay,
Surratt, the Riverbend Nature Center, we provide those in the summer.
oh,
Nurse Strand,
okay,
Cannon Valley Special Education Co-op,
mm-hmm,
and Little Scholars.
okay, thank you.
You bet.
And
Just as a follow-up to that, some of those are vended meals, so they
Absolutely.
purchase
Those are
their.
what? I'm sorry.
They're called vended meals, so they purchase their own for their own program. So
Oh, all right.
But our food service is still making them.
providing. Yep.
Yeah, we're making them.
Also on page 11, and I am not a CPA, I'm a sociologist. Okay, so when the public looks at this on page 11, we're all, looks like in the red except for the debt service fund. Can you explain that a little bit again?
Yeah, it is just simply that our expenditures are exceeding our revenues at this point in time.
That's not a good thing?
That is something that we have to keep our eye on, we have to monitor, and we have to then react sooner rather than later.
So I guess I'm thinking we need to live within our means, correct? And we haven't been.
We have built up funds so that we can purposely spend down if we need to, such as the construction fund is obviously one of
yes.
them. Food service is another one of them.
Okay.
The debt, as you stated, is already above, but there will be years when it's below, because the amount of taxes coming in is not gonna cover our principal and interest that we have to pay. So that could be a scenario that we have to face. The one to be most concerned with is the general fund, and that's Fund 1.
Yes, yes, okay. And so guess I'm concerned about if we have to make budget cuts, we're not living within our means, and I guess I'm having a problem with that. Another thing too, I wanted to ask something on page 12? But could you? Oh, yeah, the federal sources, that include grants? Because I know at the last one we had, there was like $6 million worth of grants.
Yeah, it does.
From the federal government. Why is it now only 3.6?
Because that's only the general fund. So it doesn't include
It
our,
doesn't
like,
include, but
it doesn't
federal-
include like our
that's
food
just- oh, okay,
service,
thank you.
or it doesn't include our community service, it's just the
Right,
general
okay,
fund.
I see that, thank you.
Yep,
But other than that, with all the funds, it's probably 6
Correct.
million. Okay.
about
And-
6.6, I think.
Yeah, and so I guess I have to ask, okay, when we get lots of grants, and I'm not saying grants are good or bad, but when the money runs out, and those in the administration or whatever wish to keep the program, then the cost is and this is what I think Scott Gertis told me last April, it's convoluted into the present budget. So we don't, as a board, I was told, well, you voted for that. Well, I didn't know that I voted for that particular grant. Maybe it was done beforehand. So I guess I'd like to see, I guess as a board member, I don't know where those programs, where they're located in the budget. Are they even, how much are they? Are they effective? And so I'd like to see details of some of these programs, like with the grants and things like that, because I really don't know what I'm voting for sometimes. And unless I know what I'm voting for, I really don't want to put my stamp of approval on it, so.
And
And
most-
with budget cuts too, we're not living within our means, so I'm having a problem with that, so.
And most generally,
Thank you
just.
for listening.
Oh, for sure. And most generally, with a grant, you're going to see expenditures equal revenues.
Okay, but then when the grant runs out, then it's convoluted.
Then the program,
And then
or
we-
whatever it
And so we
is.
keep adding, we have like, was it last April, $7 million worth of grants. Well, we keep adding and adding, that to me, in my simple mind, it's not sustainable. And if we keep doing that, but my thing too is that I don't know what I'm always voting for. And I have a problem with that, so thank you for answering questions.
Absolutely.
Mr. Bellingham?
Go ahead, Director Wolf.
So Director Moore, I have to respectfully challenge you.
Okay.
When you say we're not living within our means, I really, really struggle with that. And I don't know if you understand what is shown to you. Our fund balance is at 14.19%. It went up $1.5 million. We have 3 board members that sit on this board that also sit on our finance committee. I believe that I don't want to put words in their mouth. We are making reductions where needed to get to balanced budget. Do some things come up every year that we add? Absolutely. That's why we have a healthy fund balance. To say that we're not living within our means is absolutely false. You show me where we're not living within our means.
If we have to make budget cuts, we have a budget, and if we have to make budget cuts, I mean, think of the family. Okay, you have a budget.
You're correct. And we make budget cuts because we've had declining enrollment and also because we've had federal fund dollars that are no longer coming. We make those cuts and we make them responsibly. I'm not sure where you're saying that we're being irresponsible and not fiscally
Being
responsible.
irresponsible, but we need to live within our means. And another thing, as long as we're talking about that, we have a lot. When we start, we should be starting cutting some of these administrative positions.
Well, let's focus the
Well, this
motion.
does have to
Excuse
do
me.
with this.
The motion is for approval of the final revised budget, not about reducing administrators. We'll stick to comments and
Does have to do with
discussion. It'll stick to discussion
Fine.
regarding the budget that Ms. Raisler presented.
That's fine.
That's it.
And Director Moore, I challenge you in a respectful way, but our finance committee looks at this stuff, we go through it, we bring back recommendations to this board to have as balanced budget as we possibly can. 14.19% unassigned fund balance is much, much better than our policy, and it's continued to increase each year. I don't know how that's not living within our means.
I can't, Mr. Bellingham will not let me speak, so I disagree with you.
If it relates,
and thank
Director
you.
Moore, if it relates to the final revised budget, yes.
Thank you.
So, bottom line, let's just address because it was brought up, the grant issue. Once again, as Mr. Benty has informed us many times, when we have a program that is financed by a grant, when that money runs out from that grant and that program, administration reevaluates it and brings it to the board. If they wish to continue it, brings it to the board for approval of monies coming out of the general funders, whatever. So once that grant money is done, that program is evaluated, and then that information is relayed to the board saying, we'd like to continue this program, here's how we're going to pay for it, either general fund out of this. Mr. Benty, is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
So there are no
Mr. Chair,
loose
I've
ends.
never seen, when we get a budget, we don't talk about the grants that have been, from what Mr. Gertis had said, it's convoluted into the budget where we do not see it, and that I have a problem with that.
Well, once again, when the money runs out from a grant for a program, it is not just placed into the general
So I
money.
would say the only grant monies that have run out during the majority of the board members' times, except for maybe Mr. Wolf and Mr. Bellingham, would be the COVID grant dollars. Other than that, we haven't had any other grants that I can think of that were major grants that impacted the general fund that would have ran out. So,
Is there any final discussion on the motion for approval of the fiscal year 24-25 final revised budget? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes 5-1. Agenda item number 11, I've been asked by Director Steves for a point of personal privilege, so I will give you that right now, Ms. Steves.
Thank you, Chair Bellingham. So I would like to personally thank all of the retirees for your years of dedication and service. Your hard work has made a lasting impact on our community, and we are truly grateful. I'd like to extend a special thank you to my father for his 24 years of custodial service. Through his example, he taught so many kids and other adults the value of hard work, determination, and taking pride in what you do. Thank you to my father, Cleet, and all the other retirees for your dedication.
Thank you, Ms. Steves. Agenda item number 11, dates to remember. May 21st, 2025, 3:30 p.m., Community Education Advisory Council. June 1st, it's not on this list, but June 1st, graduation, Bruce Smith Field and Ted Nelson Track. I believe that's at 2 o'clock, correct?
so it'll either be, the decision will be made on the Friday before,
Right.
whether it is at Bruce Smith Field,
Right.
or if it is at Faribault High School Noble Gym.
Correct, but at
Yes.
2 o'clock p.m.
Yes, sir.
Either way, thank you. June 2nd, 2025 is a special meeting, has now been called at 4:30 p.m. The agenda item will be the language and cultural classes. At 5:30 p.m. is the work session. June 3rd at 3:45 is policy committee. June 12th is the facilities committee meeting at 7:45 a.m. And June 23rd, 5:30 p.m., our business meeting. With that, entertain a motion for adjournment. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Director Wolf, is there a second?
Second.
I'll give that to Director Knutson. Discussion. Thank you for all for the patience and endurance of this long night. All in favor of the motion signify by